Oh.
My camera. There we go.
Yeah, that probably helped.
that would help just a little bit. Let them actually, hear me, or see me move. Of course it starts up right as I turn on my camera. It's a good song. I will tolerate it now, provided it doesn't happen again within 30 seconds. God. Yeah. Hi, we're alive again. How has your all's day been? Yeah, it's been a day since we last met, not a week.
It's been pretty good.
Not much change, really.
Okay.
Just usual.
You talk like we don't message each other throughout the weekdays.
I gotta have some way to open the conversation up. And, that is a perfectly neutral phatic expression so that we can engage in, a opening dialogue.
I know.
So rude. Why am I getting at it again? Oh, okay, that's the AN thing you were messaging me about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For Japanese people, they sure have a lot of guns in this opening.
Yeah, well...
Okay, but they are West...
people.
They are...
doesn't-
Kinzo has, a Western-liking family name. Because he named everyone, Western-ish names. Battler, we can argue about that.
The law.
Okay, but they're rich. Remember that. They are really rich.
Yeah, so any trouble could be, waved away with a little bit of cash.
I guess.
The right person.
You expect them to just have, doohickeys or whatever? One-shot Kinzo... I'm not finishing that statement. Hi! We're back again, and I have plenty of tea to hopefully soothe my throat if they ever bring Kinzo back this episode.
Yeah.
True. Although, you will be talking for a while. We did leave off on a point where you'd be talking for a while.
Oh, yeah.
That we did. We did actually leave off, right before a big exposition dump, I guess, so...
Mm-hmm.
Oh well. But,
I watched the free HoloLive concert on YouTube.
Oh, right, I have that in my watch later, but, yeah.
Yeah.
How is it?
It's nice. I mean, it's a swimsuit concert. Although, I realized how big brain a move that was on, Cover's part. Because people would just turn around and buy tickets for the next day if they didn't already buy tickets for the next day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's a better PR move to just say, we fucked up. Here, you can see it. You can see what you paid for. But if you want to see the rest, And people who didn't know what was going on and got interested.
Also, that first day concert has 1.2 million views.
Already?
Goodness.
Already.
Jesus Christ.
Huh.
It just happened. 2 days ago. What the
No, it happened yesterday.
It was yesterday? I thought it was 2 days ago they were having the issue.
When I had watched it, it was 12 hours ago.
Oh.
Hey, TKJ.
Hi, TKJ. HoloLive, when they did one of their concerts, they usually use a separate service but from YouTube. That broke because of all the people trying to watch it.
They were using a different service this time than they normally do because they're not doing a fully you can go in person live show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I
So
think it was called Van or something.
Something like that. But so because of that and because it broke, they decided we will put day one of this multi-day event on YouTube for free and give refunds to the people who paid for the first day tickets. And that just blew the hell up with popularity and that is a W for online. So
Yep, 1.2 million views in 12 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For something that is 2-ish hours long,
One sec, my AC doesn't seem to be turning on. Yeah.
Ugh.
Although it's closer to an hour and a half because the first 30 minutes of the video is just like the wait screen.
But yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, it's-
My AC
Welcome
should be
back.
turning on
Seems
in a
like-
minute. I just set it up, but yeah, it's too hot down south to not have the AC running. Yeah, it's
supposed to rain soon. It's just muggy as hell outside. I decided to go to meditation, so it's fine.
yeah.
No, I relate to that too much.
mhm.
Getting like a big old headache when it's all humid and just before a rainstorm.
Yeah.
But God, it's like 75 down here in the middle of the night. Yeah, which is it's not the temperature to have
sucks.
like that's not temperature to have just like no AC blasting down here.
Yeah.
Anyway, anything else we were gonna want to talk about before we start this, or should I get to my lecturing you on the Ushinomiya family history? Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, no, I got nothing.
Yes.
Okay.
I am incredibly rich. How could you tell?
Yes, I do oppress the poor. How could you tell?
Was it the top hat, or was it the fact that I'm a big fat guy with a stogie?
I think it was the monocle.
It was the monocle, wasn't it?
No one uses a monocle in this day and age.
Yes.
In order to tell your grandfather's story, you have to take yourself all the way back to before the Showa era, 1926 to 1989, to recount the tale of the Ushinomiya family. Until the Meiji, 1868 to 1912, and the Taisho, 1912 to 1926, eras, the Ushinomiya family was great and prosperous. They owned several spinning mills and were very wealthy people who merely had to fall about laughing while the money rolled in. Incidentally, grandfather, as a member of a branch family, originally had nothing to do with the main family.
The robots are coming.
What?
No!
The robots? What?
Are you kidding?
Hey, case.
Did my mic
Sound.
break?
No.
Was it mine?
Who-
And yeah, Discord stream sound.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Oh god, you guys sound like robots. What the?
What?
Fuck? Wait,
Like-
is that?
I'm wondering, is that even still happening, or? Well, TK said
uh,
it was.
Hold on. There might be.
Even when we were.
I need to hold. Let's. Where are you? Where are you? Discord monitor and output. Say something.
Hello.
Something.
It sounds like it's fixed now, but what?
Oh wow.
Why did you guys
I
suddenly go Borg on me?
I have no idea.
No clue.
Ugh. I'm concerned, but if you
If
all
it's
say it's
fixed, then,
it's fixed
yeah.
now,
Yeah.
and I can't hear it when I do the monitor and output on OBS, so
Yeah.
let's run
Also-
with the yeah. Go on.
Also, just like as an aside, Taisho era was only 14 years.
Look, that emperor died very quickly.
I mean, like, I'm used to having emperors die really quickly. I've studied Roman history. But, like, 14 years is a short time for anyone. Coming from someone who has studied Roman history, where sometimes the emperor gets replaced every 6 months.
Emperor Taisho. He was. Well, he died when he was 47. He didn't die as a child, so it wasn't like a child emperor dying immediately.
That's still, like, really young.
It is, but it's not like back when they would have, like, was it before Tokugawa Ieyasu, I think, or whatever? Like, right
Yeah.
after he unified Japan and he died and didn't leave, like, a proper heir, or like had like a very young child and he had to leave it to his like council members to rule, and they're just like, we're not letting this kid rule. It's been a bit since I watched. Yeah, I could be wrong on the names.
Yeah. Tokugawa's death did directly lead to the shogunate.
Yeah. Yeah, I did. It's been like half a year since I read my last book on like Japanese history, so I could be wrong on the specific one, but I do know like that was one of the ones that happened right. It was right as or right before the shogunate formed, that where they're like, this kid's not being emperor. Anyway.
It was basically right as.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Distantly separated from the head's inheritance, he apparently had very little involvement with the head house. However, during the Great Kanto earthquake in 1923, the mansion owned by the Ushiromiya family in Odawara was flattened. The spinning mills of Tokyo were all burned down in a huge fire, and the Ushiromiya family lost most of its wealth and family members in an instant. It then became a matter of who would become the heir to the main family, and as it turned out, none were left except for Kinzo, who was as far removed from the main family as they come. Kinzo himself later said that it was such good luck, it was as though fate itself had been turned upside down. With that, grandfather's ordinary life did a 180. He was entrusted with reviving the wealth that the dying Ushiromiya family had almost completely lost. Of course, just because you suddenly dump a task on someone doesn't mean they can do squat to accomplish it. I doubt the people around him were expecting much. But this is where grandfather began to display his extraordinary talent and good luck. Grandfather used all of the family's funds and everything from the hair on his head to his toenails as collateral to borrow a massive amount of money. Created a gigantic supply of funds and immediately started a business. It was like tumbling down a hill on a bike without any brakes. And then jumping onto a neighboring bike and then another one. Just like some crazy street performance. Probably anyone could have thought grandfather had no business ability. But with an unbelievable amount of good luck and miracles, with coincidences piling up and every chance taken advantage of, before anyone knew it, he had forged powerful connections with the Allied forces. At the time, MacArthur and the GHQ were in charge of Japan. Grandfather, in the twinkle of the eye, began succeeding in business under the protection of the occupying forces, quickly becoming very rich. At this point, it was no longer luck, but information that won the day. He must have made some seriously thick connections with the occupying forces. Grandfather knew about the emergency demands that would be made for the Korean War before they happened. No, more than that, he must have foreseen these special procurements, that's a bit, not sure if I was saying that right, and started penetrating those markets from the very beginning. History textbooks say that all of Japan made a large profit off the emergency demands for the Korean War. But that wasn't the case in reality. Only a very limited number of the super rich played the money game and made an easy profit.
Discourse sound.
I'm just gonna leave it to you, like, till it breaks again next time. Most of the citizens remained poor. In other words, grandfather was an extremely lucky member of this group of winners. This all happened during the year 1950, Showa 25, I think. And since the year of the Great Kanto earthquake was in 1923, Taisho 12, that means grandfather was able to revive the near-dead Ushiromiya family to a level even higher than it had been before, in the span of only 20 to 30 years. With that, you'd think he'd revive the main family in Odawara. But, for some reason, he went and did something as crazy as buying an entire small island in the Izu archipelago. Whichever.
I was gonna correct you, it's archipelago.
Archipelago.
I will stab you in the throat.
You've already threatened to stab me for other things, it's not gonna add much more than more holes. Buying an entire island is not something you can ordinarily do today. However, Grandfather was clever. He contacted the GHQ and applied for the establishment of a marine resource base. He acquired the island as a business property, and then reneged on the deal and claimed it as his own land. After the war, there were prevention measures against food shortages, and, furthermore, he had the sponsorship of the GHQ, which meant nobody could oppose him. It seems that Tokyo provided land for next to no money at the time. Tokyo later made repeated complaints for the land to be returned, but not much could be done due to the involvement of the GHQ, even though they'd been pushed into it. No doubt he'd bribed everyone there was to bribe. In the end, the city gave up in frustration. Grandfather, with considerable skill and blessed with good luck, managed to weather the stormy seas of that period, obtaining a vast fortune and his own island. Of course, it wasn't all luck. He was skilled with English, and this was cultivated by his Western obsession. It was by using that as a weapon that he was able to make inroads into the GHQ. A mansion was immediately built on the island. That would be this mansion. Grandfather, who had always loved the West, made this once uninhabited island, Rokkenjima, a canvas upon which he could realize his dreams to his heart's content. The Western mansion that he had always imagined, overflowing with emotion, a beautiful garden where the roses had been planted, and a private beach where nobody other than himself would ever be permitted to leave a footprint. To have this much would be every man's dream. After that, making good use of his huge fortune, he became a large stockholder in the extremely stable iron and steel industry, and was able to live out an easy and comfortable life just using the dividends. Well, he's just that incredible. That kind of person normally gets portrayed after the fact as having the ability to foresee and predict the future or something. But Grandfather denies all of that, repeatedly saying that he was simply blessed with extraordinary luck. Anyways, even a lord like that, with all his dreams made real, can't help but grow increasingly odd when locked up alone on an island. Everyone knows that he's been obsessed with the West for a very long time. But none of our parents really knows when his bizarre black magic hobby began. Perhaps his love of black magic began way back when he became fascinated with the West. Or, possibly, his miraculous stretch of good luck which allowed him to revive the family caused him to feel a mysterious power in himself. At some point, Grandfather began to make the research of black magic his life's work, filling his study with suspicious books, chemicals, and magical items as he became increasingly bizarre. These being the few remaining years of a person successful in life, those around him warmly watched over him, feeling the time was his to spend as he pleased, or so I hear. But no way in hell that's true. They were probably just driven away, thinking, "That's disturbing. I'm not getting involved with that." Well, that war-torn period was a time for big gambles, with both opportunities and risks. I'd like to see Grandfather do so well if he'd been born in this time period. He would have had no opportunities, and would probably have it advanced like a chess piece from mandatory education to college, at a leisurely pace, never becoming more than an average company employee. If that had happened, he'd probably be sitting here with the rest of us, regaling us with tales of his shitty boss. No, not here. In the dining hall of some mansion. We might have been around a table at some bar. If that were the case, I'm sure that this would have been a more comfortable family conference. That's enough about some old geezer who won't pop off. More importantly, let's talk about this incredible lunch.
I was already sold by the sashimi salad, but Goda-san was one hell of a chef. Plus, these fish were caught in the ocean season, weren't they? The sashimi gets you work doesn't even come close.
Hey, quit it, Battler. Your upbringing will be exposed. Everyone let out a big laugh. Damn it. You say that even though you love those cheap pubs. My job occasionally leads me to eat at some quite interesting places. But even compared to those, this is an excellent dish. I can't imagine you could have become reasonably well known in that field, Goda-san.
I don't know too much about it, but at the famous hotel where he used to work, employee politics got pretty complicated, and everyone split into factions. In the middle of all that, he was apparently forced to retire. And it just so happened that Mom had job offers for a servant out at the same time.
As Goda cleared away the empty plates, he began to recount his own eventful past, never losing his smile.
Yes. The world is a difficult place. However, it's thanks to this that I was given a chance to display my skills as a chef once again. This time for the Ushiromiya family. Although, I also enjoy the smiles of larger numbers of people. Although I also enjoy the smiles of a larger number of people, it is also extremely entertaining to be able to perform delicate work in order to please solely the limited number of people I have pledged to serve. All of this is thanks to the opportunity given to me by Madam.
Goda-san respectfully bowed his head towards Aunt Natsuhi.
That is because, amongst all the applicants, you were the most talented. The decision was not based on personal feelings, but purely objective. So there is no need to thank me.
Oh man, why does Aunt Natsuhi always have to speak so frankly? If only she spoke more gently, she might give off a different impression. Shanan-chan and Kumasawa-san entered from the hallway with a serving cart.
Please, excuse us.
Now then, let's move on to today's dessert.
Goda-san and the others laid out a beautifully endured dessert. I guess it's true that when they say you have another stomach for desserts. I thought that being fed all that delicious food had totally filled me up. But as soon as I had laid eyes on the dessert, my stomach started yelling, "More! More! I need more! I need more! I need more!"
Feed me, Seymour. Feed me.
I remember, I'm getting flashbacks now, just from trying to do that bit, to the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, Charlie and Chocolate Factory, whichever play we did in, like, elementary school. Oh god. Because Augustus Gloop had his own, like, song he had to sing for that. God.
My brother was in the pit orchestra for Little Shop of Horrors.
Oh yeah?
When our high school did it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. When I was in tech theater, was under a stage handing somebody a cup of fake blood for our production of Night of the Living Dead.
Nice. 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 Yeah.
The stage was so fucking sticky because it was just corn syrup and food dye.
Yes, that classic.
Yeah. I mean, it works. It's just like a pain to clean up afterwards, but...
Oh yeah, definitely.
Imagine the concert after that. Because that's what we did.
I'm surprised you guys didn't try to, put precautions, basically, to help minimize this.
I mean, the stage was like a lifted thing, so I was able to get under it. Like the actual stage that we would be on itself was just flat. But yeah, no, there was still corn syrup. There was still a stain to this day. I know it. Anyways.
I don't know much about desserts, but this looked really good. A white pudding-like substance was garnished with 2 shades of red sauce, and the elegant rose petals adorned the dish. When you dine on such magnificent foods like this, first it is distributed in front of everybody, and then the chef takes a moment to extol the virtues of his creation. Until he is finished, as a rule, you don't touch the food. Bit of advice for people having to work with polite society and jobs they might hate. However, Maria, who had no experience with these ceremonial rules, got excited by this beautiful and delicious-looking dessert and jumped into the fray as soon as it was placed before her. Auntie Rosa scolded her, calling it bad manners, but George responded by saying, Now, it's all right.
Ooh, this one's sour. This one's sour. Battler, the wrong one is this one. Ooh.
Maria exclaimed as she sampled the two colored sauces.
Wait, there's a right one and a wrong one? All right, I'll give it a go.
Apparently, the two sauces were one sweet and one sour. Despite its being bad mariners, I also stuck my little finger in and licked it. Whoa, one of them was sour enough to make you pucker up. If it were yellow, I'd have suspected lemon, but I couldn't guess what kind of sourness would be red. I decided to ask Shannon, who was putting away the serving cart behind us.
Shannon, what kind of sauce is the sour stuff?
Shannon-chan hesitated to speak. Maybe she was just setting the table and doesn't really know. She's hesitating a bit much for that, though. Did I ask something wrong? Or did they use something that we'd be better off not knowing about? While Aunt Natsuhi acted as though she had a headache, Kumasawa-san, who was sitting the other side of the table, began to laugh with a ho 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 ho.
What do you think we made it out of? It'll shock you. Huh? I don't have a clue. And Kumasawa-san, that laugh creeps me the hell out. So what is it? Don't tell anyone, all right?
Goofy?
Let me borrow your ears. I'm sorry. You want me to do old? I can't do old.
I think none of us can do old.
Don't tell anyone, alright? Let me borrow your ears.
All right, you're doing Kumasawa now.
Fine.
Yeah.
Kumasawa-san leaned across the other side of the table. She'd asked to borrow my ears, so I leaned forward too. The interest caught Jessica, George, Janiki, and of course, Maria also put their ears closer.
What? Tell me.
The sour part is, well, actually, it's squeezed juice from a mackerel.
I don't believe that for a second.
What? Mackerel?
What? Mackerel? Your turn, Soundwave.
What? Mackerel?
Is it just Discord, or is like your voice starting out like muffled, then getting solid like after like a first set word?
It might be both. Let me stay close to the mic. What? Mackerel? That better?
Yeah, like it's slightly muffled, but it might just be Discord being bad today.
It might just be Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be ridiculous, we all thought, horrified. Only Maria accepted it with a, uh-huh.
Mackerels are sour. If you squeeze them, this comes out.
When Maria started clamoring that mackerels were sour, the adults were unable to contain their laughter.
You got it wrong. That's vinegared mackerel.
Auntie Rosa said to Maria with a small voice while turning red. Now I remembered it perfectly. Kumasawa-san was always this kind of character, wasn't she? I think I remember her tricking me about all sorts of things when I was young as well. Amongst them, the most painful must have been that one. The flimsy black stuff you get in Chinese food. Kikurage mushrooms. She told me it was penguin meat, and I went all around school like a smartass telling everyone, didn't I?
Kumasawa-chan, you haven't changed. You know Maria's gonna believe now, right?
Oh, it's just a joke. Koda-san will tell you what the sauce is in just a moment.
It's roses.
I bet you it's cranberries.
It might be cranberries.
Koda-san looked a little put out from having his masterpiece laughed at in such a strange way. But after clearing his throat once, he introduced the dessert to us.
Oh shit, that's me.
Yeah.
Well then, allow me to describe tonight's dessert. Based on the rose garden that everyone seemed to enjoy so much today, I finished this panna cotta in a rose garden style.
What's
It's
that?
panna cotta. Okay.
Let's quickly look that up. It is
The rose petal.
sweet cream thickened with gelatin and molded into like a bowl-ish shape and flipped upside down, like a cake shape.
Mhm.
And then it's like sauce drizzled on it.
Yeah, it's pudding. The rose petals scattered across were selected just now from that rose garden. For the sauces, I've prepared 2 different reds for you, strawberry and rosehip. I was right. Please enjoy the strawberry sweetness and the rosehip sourness in turn. Finally, the rose petals are merely decoration, so please set them aside before eating. You can't eat roses.
Wait, we weren't supposed to eat these?
They're perfectly edible. They're actually pretty good for you. They're. I mean, so rosehip is something I have eaten in the past, and it is sour, but it's not like that sour. But it's just something that grows on rose bushes. With that said, please enjoy.
Ah, man, I almost want to applaud before I've even eaten it. It's like when you take medicine, you know, how it seems to work better once you've read the instructions. Thanks to Goto-san elaborating on the details of this dessert, I feel he's knocked it up another notch. Seriously, should you call him meticulous or just talented? The dessert was probably planned from the beginning, but he took a cue from our stopping in front of the rose garden earlier today, and displayed an incredible timely awareness of the season by just adding a few rose petals from that garden. This combination of sweet and sour was also exquisite. If it was just sweet, you'd just get used to it and become bored halfway through. But by bringing the sour sauce to that point, you get a really vivid taste. And then, once you return to the sweet sauce, all the sourness in your mouth is replaced by the enjoyable sweetness again. I'm sure everyone else felt that way. Every time Goto-san passed by one of the seats, someone praised the taste in his creation.
So, like, he's right. When you have desserts that have multiple flavors in them, like a tiramisu, others that I can't think of right now, you get a nice complexity, and it's the better dessert compared to like just a thing of ice cream. Not knocking ice cream.
Yeah.
I know a lot about food. I'm so sorry.
No, I mean, if anything, another example could be carrot cake with a cream cheese frosting.
That's true. Oh fuck! I could go for some carrot cake. I haven't had it in so long.
Okay, good. This widespread of knowledge will probably help us if they start putting us through food-related murder problems. Because I know
I have
nothing about
multiple-
cooking beyond, like, I know how to cook. I don't know anything about, like, food science or any of that stuff. I could just keep myself
mine's food.
alive.
Mainly
All
on
mine's
board,
food
so-
history and multiple chefs in my family.
Yeah. And admittedly, my dad was a cook on the passenger train that went cross-country, or that still is going cross-country for a good while.
All right, is that still running again? Because I thought last I heard
Yeah,
there was
yeah.
the whole, like, protests or, like, strikes or whatever going on.
Well, I think it's more that there's probably the concerns because of the wildfires in BC, so...
Right, it's wildfires this time, because I think it was, like, last year or
Yeah.
the year before where it was, like, people stopping the trains, you said.
Yeah, because, you know, how much our government loves to play off and cover up what they did to the First Nations folk, but we're not going to get into that on the
Yeah.
stream.
Let's get into a different murder.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to talk about governments covering up what they did to the natives. Me and Case are both American.
Yeah.
And
I'm actively Native Hawaiian.
But again, we're not going to get into that. I was just briefly touching.
Look up what America did to Hawaii. You'll see exactly why I'm mad about it every day. Anyways,
was that before or after the, like, corporate, like, pushing out of all the natives?
Before, after, and during,
Okay.
and currently.
Your voice is getting muffled again.
Weird.
How close are you to your mic and where are you speaking into it?
I'm pretty close. Do you want me to get farther away?
No, try rotating where you're speaking into the mic. You might be missing the diaphragm.
Right here?
No, try other side.
I mean, the meshed part of like the actual mic is facing me.
One more thing. So
it wasn't like this yesterday.
okay,
so
now it's working. Now it's like not having the
Okay.
muffled bit.
Huh.
Because microphones generally have like a direct. They're directional generally, unless you get one that goes like everything. So there's technically like a sweet spot to talking into it.
Oh, okay. So right here's the sweet spot.
From what I can tell, just from like a quick midstream check, yeah, that sounds like you're in the right spot.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just wondering, am I too loud, especially when I voice the characters? Or
No, you're fine.
You're fine.
okay, good. Because I almost feel like I'm always talking loudly.
No, you're fine. But we are also waiting on Soundwave.
Oh yeah. we were going through some technical issues. I was making sure we were good. How is it, madam?
Splendid as always. It is a worthy treat for our guests.
I'm most grateful for your words. Madam, did you know? I've heard that rosehip has the ability to cure headaches. I thought that you, especially, would appreciate it, so I had it specially prepared.
Is that so? Thank you. See? Didn't I tell you, Natsuhi Nesan? Rosehip works on headaches. So it seems. Case.
I'm clicking off and clicking back on as I'm adjusting some levels in the background, so when I get back, it double click. Because the first click doesn't register as like a thing, so I'm clicking it again to try to make it react.
Okay, sorry. Anyways, so it seems. I can only hope it has some effect.
Oh, Gorda-san, I love ya. Hey, later, whisper to me how much compensation you're getting for this, won't you? If you're sworn to silence, you can stick up some fingers and let me know your price. Having your talent monopolized by this small island is sacrilege to humanity's cooking culture. Wouldn't you be willing to display your talent to all the customers at my company?
Hideyoshi-san, you're trying to recruit our Gorda? How troubling. We had better make some improvements to his salary, or he'll get snatched away. I was gonna say improvisations.
Yeah, and now the mic just went back to weird. Okay, that's...
So I was actually walking away from my mic when I'd said that.
Okay.
Yes, you really should. If you don't, he'll be lured away, and you'll be stuck with 3 meals a day of Kumasawa-style mackerel cooking, won't you?
Oh, that is indeed harsh. It seems someone's holding a grudge. Everyone let out a huge laugh. According to Jessica, Kumasawa-san's mackerel jokes were a type of running gag, and our parents had long since gotten used to it. Kumasawa-san often claimed that mackerel contained precious nutrients that could do things such as preventing aging and making people smarter. It seemed that while it couldn't stop the outward signs of aging, it certainly helped prevent aging on the inside. Since she was still healthy enough to tell these kinds of jokes at her age, that benefit must be the real thing.
Omega-3s are a hell of a thing.
Yeah, it's weird. Wild. Oh, well then, if you'll excuse me, prepare yourself for tonight's dinner. I'll be cooking plenty of mackerel dishes for you to eat, so look forward to it. We sure will. I want to treat myself to some vinegared mackerel tonight.
That sounds wonderful. I wonder if any delicious Japanese sake will be included.
Oh, it certainly will. How about some of our famous Rokkenjima mackerel liquor?
Laugh.
Laugh. Laugh, my minions, laugh. Kumasawa-san, together with Shannon-chan, bowed, and pushed the serving cart away. Amusingly, Goda-san, who looked just as though his stock had been stolen from him, explained very seriously that tonight's dinner would actually be calf steak.
Kumasawa-san, thank you for doing that back there.
As she pushed the serving cart, Shannon bowed her head very deeply. Oh, I haven't done anything that requires thanks. Kumasawa-san played dumb. So just Kumasawa played dumb, but it was no accident that she had thrown Shannon a lifeline. Back when Battler had asked for the details of the dessert, Shannon had unfortunately hesitated. There may have been several ways to dodge the question, but all of them should have been delivered deftly. Shannon, who hesitated when hard-pressed for a response, was always suffering because of this small weakness. If only Shannon, like Goda, had a little of the craftiness needed to skillfully shake off a mistake, her days would be a little more comfortable. This weakness was especially unfortunate, considering how flawlessly she could handle her work. Of course, there were those who well understood Shannon's meek nature and her inability to remember to gloss over her mistakes. Which is why Kumasawa-san came to her aid without hesitation. I just heard from Genji-san that there's been a change in the afternoon shifts. I believe you were given a break until this evening. Oh, I'm jealous.
I'm sorry, I haven't checked the lists of shifts yet.
Ah, yes. I was thinking I might start cooking some mackerel in the oven. If you don't mind, I would be happy if you would help out a bit before your break.
Ah, yes. I would be delighted to help.
To Shannon, Kumasawa was like a mother amongst the servants.
You know what? I think I figured out what happened yesterday. What happened, like the difference between yesterday and today, like earlier.
Oh?
So, because it's a bigger screen, I have Discord on my second monitor.
Yeah?
So it's easier to read. And when I was sitting down, I was slightly faced away from the mic. So that might have been what was happening.
Maybe.
I'm standing up right now because I can give my whole breath into it. Also, my back was hurting.
Delivering force from the diaphragm or whatever. Like, projection or what something.
Yeah.
Or just like, saying bullshit to pretend you know what you're saying. We're not professional voice actors. Hell,
Yeah.
I've never taken a voice acting class.
I mean, in terms of like voice, I speak from the front of my mouth, but like the deeper voice is like from my chest. So,
I think I always just speak from my throat, which is why I always say I've got a throat in my voice. But,
I've got teeth in the way.
well, you are a horse, so.
No, go fuck yourself.
Oh my god.
No, when I say I have teeth in the way, I literally mean that.
You just set yourself up for that, man. Not my fault I can tee it out. The dining hall needed to be cleaned up, so we were chased out. Instead, tea would be served in the parlor. It seemed that they would be preparing the black tea that Auntie Rosa had bought for Aunt Natsuhi. Maria insisted that she also wanted to drink the black tea, but was rejected by the old bastard, who told her and the rest of us kids to go play outside. Battler-kun, why don't we go for a walk outside? Go look at the roses or something. Fuck. I just did his voice, god damn it. Now I'm devolving into Shrek.
Fake Southern. Not Scottish, fake Southern.
Oh, don't you know? Go look at the roses or something outside.
Hey there, bud.
Go look at the roses or something. Fuck. Channel my inner Nashville Boo girl. Like, go look at the roses or something. But keep a close eye out on the weather. The sky's still clear, but the weather report keeps talking about rain.
I want the beach. I want the beach. Oh, isn't Isn't that a wonderful idea? Playing on a sandy beach isn't something that you get to do often, is it? I guess not. Alright, let's all go to the sandy beach then. Oh, let's go, let's go! Maria, be careful. Sorry, that was terrible. Maria, be careful not to get your clothes wet. Your shoes too.
What were you saying, Soundwave?
I was gonna say I need to think about like what the measurement is in Celsius because this is Japan. It's like 15 degrees outside.
Playing
That's right, right?
I have
like,
no
what,
clue.
60 Fahrenheit? It's too cold to be at a beach. That's what I'm getting at. It's too cold to be at a beach.
It's October, and they're like right above, like one of the outlying isles south of Tokyo, I think. Yeah, Odawara. Was it Odawara is... Hold on.
Well, they're in Rokkenjima.
Yeah, but Rokkenjima is an island off of Odawara in the Izo archipelago, which is south of Tokyo. Like, I think it's like Aogashima, I think, is like the thing, like, at the end of that archipelago, so...
It still gets fucking cold in Japan. Like, that's...
Anyway, I should probably close Google Maps and stop looking at that.
Oh, won't get wet. Oh, pardon. So obedient and cute. Ballergun, make sure you keep an eye out for Maria-chan, okay?
I will drown her at the first opportunity. I mean, sure thing, leave it to me.
Oh, you're pretty cute and obedient when Kirie asks you to do something, huh? Why don't you try
Go fuck
listening to
yourself.
me obediently for once?
Huh. Go fuck yourself. Let's go, everyone. Come on.
The children flew out of the parlor. They were replaced by Genji, who pushed a serving cart in and prepared black tea. The parlor was filled with sublime aroma, which entertained everyone while they waited to appease their thirst. Okay, it's adult time.
Okay.
Rudolph, you and your family seem to get along so well with each other. Good for you.
Oh, please. You have us beat on that front.
So true. Jessica-chan really has grown into an innocent little thing, hasn't she? It's all the fruit of your training, isn't it, Natsuhine-san? Thank you.
Natsuhi answered coldly. With that, the conversation halted and the parlor became silent. Possibly, because he couldn't stand it anymore, Hideyoshi broke the silence while performing an exaggerated gesture. Still, they sure do grow fast. I thought they'd be kids forever, but they've instead been getting huge right before my eyes, and before I knew it, they've joined the ranks of us adults. Battler-kun, for once, is beyond recognition.
His body has gotten much bigger, but he is still a child. Well, my husband is still a child as well. I wonder where the border between child and adult is. Still, I don't feel as though I've grown up.
Isn't that pitiful? That's not something the mother of a child should say.
That's right. We're not children anymore. We're all adults. So I'd like it if we could hold all an intellectual discussion without becoming emotional.
If you have to call yourself an adult, you're not an adult.
When Ava smiled with a sharp sarcasm, everything seemed to get more tense. It felt like the smell of the tea that had been prepared so carefully just blew out the window.
We've always strived to hold intellectual discussions. Your sarcasm is ill-placed sometimes. You've never changed in that respect.
Always strived, is it? My. I wish I could wrap those words up and send them to this room a few decades ago. Right, Rosa?
Rosa smiled with a vague expression. Whether she agreed or disagreed, she knew that she would earn the displeasure of either her brother or her sister. It was with a bit of worldly wisdom that she had needed to learn as the younger sibling. Quit it, Anarchy. We should enter into the main topic while the brats aren't around, alright? Let us make that our intellectual discussion. As Rudolph glanced over the faces of all present, some let out a slight sigh, while some let a small look of resignation cross their face. This was the unavoidable, true agenda.
So we're killing the old man, right?
Well, of course.
Last year, his life expectancy was estimated at about 3 months. That's like 9 months overdue. We gotta do something about this.
I'm gonna be real with you. I said we're gonna kill the old man, right? And then Death's Door starts playing.
I love that they tell us
not-
the soundtrack names.
I could not have timed that better if I tried.
I'll put a marker there so I can remember to come back if I do, and like get a clip of that for you. Or at least just remember when I'm making highlights for that. Which means he's already at -9. The Grim Reaper could come flying through the window in a blind panic at any moment.
The
Is
family
that
had
Calliope Mori?
What?
No,
Oh,
she won't be bored for another.
Joke, right.
She probably won't be bored for
Joke.
another years before then.
Yeah. Anyways. The family head is still in good health. Raising such an inappropriate topic while the sun is still bright. I must question whether you are in the right mind, Rudolph's son.
Still, Natsuhi-san. If we don't discuss this till something happens, it'll be too late. He's healthy now, so we've got to figure out something while we still have some time left over. It's a kinda financial etiquette.
Sorry, needed to burp. It seems as though everyone is concerned about father. Dr. Nanjo, could we hear the details from you? It seems as though they are also hoping for that.
Nanjo, standing by the window and staring out at the rose garden, let out a single cough when he realized that he was being called.
Dr. Nanjo, how is father's condition?
Well, first, my estimate last year was only 3 months to live still. Fuck. Well, first,
Take 2.
My estimate last year that he only had 3 months to live still appears to be making its presence felt. So allow me to start by correcting it.
No need to explain. You're saying that measuring remaining life is also a prediction, not a promise, right?
Can be a promise. That is correct. After that, I cannot know the definitive answer to the question you all so often ask me. So, when he will pass away, of when he will pass away, a human's life is supported by the body and their mind. If the body is weak, the situation becomes more dangerous. But if the mind is strong enough to compensate for that weakness, it is possible to maintain a state of remission.
So you're saying that even if his body is weak, his mind is still firm and spirited?
Kirie, sorry, but please stay quiet for a while.
Sorry.
So there's a saying in my family, like my Soundwave Nobunga's family. Mean people don't die.
Hydrate, y'all. TU gave us a redeem. Drink that tea.
Thank you to you. Also, sound.
Oh, God. Well, okay, it lasted a bit longer.
Well, it did happen.
It happened earlier, but it went away fast.
Oh, okay. So I was right. If we just leave it, it goes away. So it's not my problem.
Well, like I said before last stream, it could be muted and I'd still try my best to read it.
Yeah, I just like hearing the music.
Yeah, it is fun, really good music.
Yeah.
I'm trying to gel up, so it's giving me a great time.
Go ahead, take a minute while I say, how's it going to you? It's been a minute. It's been just a day, not a minute. Wow. I'm so used to just doing not doing a stream on Sunday. It feels weird.
You're not getting some form of like early Alzheimer's or something?
Of course not, Violet.
Dementia's a real
I'm
issue.
not gonna forget anyone's name like Scootaloo here. I am very good at remembering things. Just finished work, but it's been good. Okay, that's good. You got any plans for just relaxing after work besides just listening to us be idiots? What? Your jowls ready? Or do you need to like work out your third chin to get that proper voice?
That's correct. Kinzo-san's body has been ravaged by disease, with him continuing to partake in that kind of strong liquor on top of that. I must really think.
Oh yeah, Blasphemous 2 is out. I've heard a lot of good things about that over Blasphemous 1, so I might have to actually check it out once I get... Actually, that's gonna take a bit to actually check out, because we've got... Armored Core came out this week. I've got to finish up Baldur's Gate. Starfield's coming out. So is Fate Samurai Remnant, which I'm going to need to like grab a collector's edition of before like it runs out. So it might be October before I actually check out Blasphemous. And that's right. Also, Cyberpunk: The Phantom Liberty 2. That's also coming out.
It's not even accounting for occasional bouts of playing Holocure.
That's also true, but I'm able to slip Holocure in the middle of work without people noticing.
Incredible.
I can, it's not like a game I have to hyper focus like on as much as like trying to play Armored Core in the middle of work without anyone noticing.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Especially when you get a good AFK build going.
Oh, you got the Armored Core Collector's Edition. Oh shit. That's really cool. Have you two seen it yet? It comes with like an actual like miniature mech statue. It's like $500 and it looks so cool. I wanted to get one, but I forgot to grab it until like right before it was released and it was sold out. Anyway, so Booze is the reason he's teetering on the edge, and Booze is also the reason he's hanging on. Sounds like Dad, a heavy drinker.
Well then, Doctor, I know you can't give anything more than prediction, but what do you think about Father's chances of living until this day next year? That's quite a rude question to ask about the head.
Oh wait, there was a 450 and a 250 version? I only ever saw the 450 version, so I might have actually been able to afford that if I'd known about that.
That's literally more money than I'm willing to spend on a game.
It looks so cool, though!
I don't fucking care.
Yeah, if anything, that's just encouraging the feelies practice in pre-order culture.
Okay, but if there's one company I will buy that for, it is FromSoft, because they've not missed with a game in over a decade.
Yep,
The one time I pre-ordered a game, it flopped so hard on launch, everyone hated it.
So the last time I properly pre-ordered a game that wasn't just for I'm buying this just for the merch and because the game looks hilarious, because discounting Monarch, because that's the last time I ordered it. The time before that was Aliens Colonial Marines. So I know you can get burnt by that shit. But also, this rope, it just looks so fucking cool, and that's a really high quality statue. Like, that is a
statue separately later.
Like, that is a statue I would expect to see for selling for like a few $100 just at like a store. Natsuhi jumped on Ava, unable to hide her astonished expression. In response, Ava returned with a defiant look, but Hideyoshi noticed and tried to smooth things over with a forced smile. Natsuhi-san, forgive her. Ava, try and choose your words a bit more carefully, okay?
I'm sorry. I just was so concerned over Father's condition. Is that so? I hadn't realized.
Dr. Nanjo, please tell us. For the sake of the beautiful family love of a daughter worried about her father's lifespan.
Kraus laughed sarcastically, and Ava, smiling sweetly, returned an identical chuckle.
Well, that's a very difficult question to me as a doctor. Well, I do think the remission will last a while yet. If you see some kind of fate, there may be nothing we can do. So you're saying we should just kill the man?
It would be quite the express route, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. After all, Rokkenjima is a solitary island, and it is not as though an ambulance can come rushing to save him. Normally, I would want to have him hospitalized in a large hospital in the mainland, but... Father stated he does not want his noble research interrupted. It seems he holds a grudge over the way we tried to force him out last year. Apparently, he strongly suspects that he'll be shut away in some hospital if he goes outside. And that's how things are now.
Has Dr. Nanjo been examining him?
Father trusts Dr. Nanjo. It seems he can be examined in a good mood. I can examine his condition, but if I try to recommend medicine or a hospitalization, he refuses to listen. I've really only been able to look.
It's true that there are people that hate doctors still. What a hassle. Nanjo sighed deeply. The purpose of
Do you think Kunzo's an anti-vaxxer?
I think he's too old to care.
Fair.
I mean, the polio vaccine was invented in his lifetime. That's a true fact, by the way.
Oh,
when was polio invented? When was polio invented? Yes, please.
The polio vaccine was made in the 60s? 50s or 60s. It was during, like, JFK's time.
Okay, yeah, he would have been sane back then. Because this is the 80s, so he would have been 20 years younger and probably still had his mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Possibly.
The purpose of an examination was to determine what medical treatment was appropriate. Receiving an examination and then not following the advice given made the whole thing pointless. Then in summary, his expected life is still 3 months. And there's no way to guess how long he will continue to live while still on the verge of death.
Rudolph-san, couldn't you be more discreet with your words?
Sorry. I've always talked this way. Cut me a break.
I understand Dr. Nanjo's opinion. What do you think, Kraus-Nisan?
Huh. To be perfectly honest, I think we should kill the man. I have to disagree with Dr.
You
Nanjo.
can't keep suggesting we kill the man. You're gonna wake up with like a shovel in your face.
Or why not we just...
How do you wake up with a shovel in your face?
What else do you think we have to kill people on this island?
We have guns!
Yeah.
We've only seen those in the trailer. We don't know who has the gun.
Apparently fucking everyone.
Well,
I saw like 4 people with guns. All of them in this room.
So what you're saying is we can do a quick draw right now.
Oh,
You
most
are the head, so
definitely.
you would get most of the money if he dies first.
I'm actually pretty sure I saw Kraus with a shotgun, so...
We'll see. We will see.
Anyways, I still have more to say. I find it truly difficult to think of Father as a person so sick that he only has 3 months to live. Oh, fuck. I find it difficult to think of Father as a person so sick that he only has 3 months to live. His yell is as healthy as ever, and I still get the chills at the thought. That's a weird.
I still get the chills at the thoughts of his fists raining down on me.
I still get the chills at the thought of his fists raining down on me. Pushing the task of caring for Dad solely on the shoulders of the eldest son is far from fair.
in the next world be born after me. Alright, let's return to our discussion. In that case, according to the impartial and neutral doctor's opinion, it wouldn't be odd for him to go any time. Sorry, Aniki, but I'd rather trust the opinion of a specialist. With that, I believe the discussion of Dad's fortune is no longer a premature topic.
Father's personal funds probably reach into the tens of billions of yen, right? But it's not as though all of that is neatly gathered as ready cash. It's not as simple as neatly cutting a birthday cake with a knife.
Interesting metaphor, Aniki. That's right. Sometimes strawberries or chocolates are placed on top of the cake, making it hard to cleanly divide into equal parts. Taking that into consideration, I think it's first important to discuss how best to stick the knife in, don't you?
His chest. We put it in his chest.
We can get to that later. Even if he's dead, we're still gonna talk that way about how we're cutting up the money. Calm down,
Personally, I
Kraus.
think we should stage next. So many cliff faces after all.
We do live on an island.
Or perhaps being lost at sea for some reason?
We need to get him out of his room.
Do you think if we killed him
truly
out
the
here
task.
and no one reported it, we could keep cashing his pension checks?
Oh my god, you're brilliant.
Yeah, you're right.
And then we just say, "Oh no, he
That's-
died," when someone comes to check.
That's a real scam people run all the time. It's called insurance fraud.
It's okay, we're rich, we can get away with it.
Anyways, I truly don't understand you all. Even while the head is still alive, you're discussing the matter in loud voices as though he were already dead.
He might as well be. I've been suggesting for years.
As have I. Come now, don't you see how important this is? After all, when the time comes, the inheritance of his fortune must be carried out immediately, right? Moreover, the wealth of the glorious Ushiromiya.
Ushiromiya.
I even practiced before.
Yeah, Ushi.
Hold on. The wealth of the glorious Ushiromiya house is vast. Don't you understand that a careful discussion is necessary beforehand? There's a huge difference between the assets of this family and your old one. How rude. The family I was born to has nothing to do with this.
As Natsuhi resentfully responded in a low voice, I was getting a notification that an ad break's about to start, so we're stopping for the moment, so go get yourself more tea and stuff while we wait for this ad break to hit, because I've used up all the
Yes, it's
snoozes.
planned. During the ad break, we kill the old man.
We can't just kill him during the ad break.
Surely.
It happens in anime all the time. The ad break happens and then somebody's dead all of a sudden. Oh, my ankle popped.
That's how we lost Soundwave Lou. What a tragedy.
Yes.
Alright, ad break's going on.
The Achilles method.
Yeah, I'm gonna quickly grab more tea and then we
The
can
ad
get
break
started.
hasn't happened yet.
Let's
Just force it.
I know, I'm starting it right now, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Alright. I will be back in a moment. Interchain light.
Yeah, I'm just gonna refill my
yeah,
mug.
let's go.
Oh, shoot. We're already- Oh, I might be the first one back then in that case. Maybe? Or I'll just refresh
I've
Twitch.
been here the whole time.
Whoops. Which is funny considering that was me last night. And just seeing TU's messages, the one I saw before leaving and the one I see when coming back. Or, yeah, messages in the chat, that is.
And I'm back with 5 seconds on the clock. Good timing, everyone. Oh, God, did you start a prediction?
I did start a prediction.
Will they kill Kinzo and Soundwave for doing this? So you really think Kinzo's gonna be like the first to die?
Well, it's either that or me.
Alright. Guess I'm getting my knife. We've got 10 points on killing Soundwave. We will see. If we don't see before the end of the stream, I'll just give people like Soundwave gets killed. And they will get their points.
Thanks for the free points, jackass.
Did you start this and bet on yourself?
I bet on. Why wouldn't I bet on myself?
Fuck you, if you're betting on yourself, I'm not giving you free points.
I was the one who casted for Soundwave.
Oh.
Yeah. I didn't realize it was gonna exactly do that, especially since I
Sorry.
voted it as a mod. So
How do I give points to you? Shit. Sorry. Accidentally deleted that while I was trying to figure out how to undo it.
We could probably try take two, and I'll just stay out of it.
No.
So in the thing when I was making it, said that mods like just didn't get points when they participated.
Oh, they don't?
Oh.
No.
Yeah, oh, so that's what they meant. Okay.
Oh, okay. Then we don't
Okay.
need to remake that poll.
No.
Okay. We can't keep gambling on whether I will kill Soundwave before they kill Kinzo, okay? But we could, but we'll save that for later. Just a bit.
Yeah.
We don't need it right
I think
now.
I think the fact that I gave Kraus the sleazeball voice and I'm able to just so effortlessly go into and be like, let's kill the old man. Real funny. Real funny on my part. I'm a genius.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the oh no to hit when you want to go.
Oh no.
I'm a genius. Oh no!
Oh no. It's due today.
Alright, I don't think I've read this yet. Yeah.
Nope.
As Natsuhi resentfully responded in a low voice, the already dark atmosphere grew even more hostile. Give it a rest, Ava. Natsuhi-san, forgive us. Pardon her rudeness. Hideyoshi tried to smooth things over by glancing at both with a forceful smile, but it only resulted in making the hostility between Ava and Natsuhi even more intense.
It seems that I will be in the way if I stay any longer. Please, excuse me. Fucking freaks, all of them.
Nanjo rose from his seat and got the hell out of Dodge.
My God.
Yeah, it might have been a normal act of courtesy expected of an outsider, but even so, his back was watched by several glances of envy. Watched by several glances envious of his ability to escape. I swear, I can read. I know the English language.
Do you? Do you really?
I see. After the doctor had exited and his footsteps had disappeared into the distance, Kraus recrossed his legs.
So let me see if I understand your point of view correctly. Father's remaining life short. You want to quickly enter into a practical conference concerning the distribution of the inheritance. Why are you so eager, I wonder? Certainly, as you say, estimating and distributing the Ushiramiya family's wealth is no simple task. In that case, shouldn't we carefully and deliberately calculate? It seems to me that you are all impatient to split the cake tonight. That's true, isn't it, Rosa? Is something making you impatient?
It's not that we're impatient, but a decision between siblings is essential.
One sec, I'm just gonna bump you up a little.
It seems the music got a little loud.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to bump up.
Right.
It doesn't matter when, but if Father's condition is worsening and the day is drawing near, discussing the matter beforehand isn't what I would call impatience.
Rosa sneaked a glance at Ava and Rudolph. As the youngest daughter of the family, being cross-examined by the eldest was harsh.
Oh. Is that your true opinion? I didn't expect that the most honest and pure-hearted of the siblings would say something like that. I wonder if those two told you to say that.
Quit it, Aniki. Rosa is a sibling just like the rest of us. She has a fair right to Dad's inheritance. It's obvious she would be interested, right? After all, Dad will definitely die. That old bastard isn't immortal, we've checked. And that's not something that'll happen in the distant future. On the contrary, Aniki, you are far too relaxed. It seems as though you would like nothing better than to turn the discussion away from the distribution of the inheritance.
What do you mean by that? Are you trying to accuse my husband of something?
Calm down, Natsuhi-san. Listen to what we have to say. I did not mean to hit my mouse wheel.
Nii-san, I hear these are very good times nowadays. That's right, since last year, the yen has just been going up and up, thanks to the unprecedented boom in prosperity. It seems that it's no longer a dream that the dollar will reach 100 yen.
Post-war economic miracle!
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh, the tragedy. Oh, the tragedy that is our modern economics in the year of our Lord 2023. Because I think it's
not
like
the bubble pop was
120.
in 10 years.
I think it's like 127 yen to the dollar now.
It is 146 and a half.
That was off by a little bit.
A little under 30. Also, the ruling party says that it will establish a health resort maintenance law by next year. At this moment, resort development
And that's the show, folks.
That's all, folks.
Don't you write me off as Porky Pig. Come on now. Pardon. Also, the ruling party says that it will establish a health resort maintenance law by next year. At this moment, resort development companies across Japan are running about trying to gather as much capital as they can.
Hey, KL, how's it going?
Hey.
Thanks for stopping by.
We're doing pretty good.
Yeah.
I think you've missed all of our shenanigans.
You missed our shenanigans, but hey, my throat's still alive this stream, so I'm happy with it. Thank God Kinzo's not here for the next
Oh god,
bit.
yeah, no, your throat's gonna be absolutely shot by
Look,
then.
look, I like playing him, but every time I do, I just go like way too hard, and I don't know actual voice techniques, so my throat always ends up shot.
Yeah.
Oh,
And honestly,
so-
like I said before, oh sorry, you go Sound.
Oh yeah. So, because we're here at this point, something that needs to be known is we switched the voices that Rudolph and Kraus have in the game.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a neat discovery.
Yeah. We've all got tea, and we've been taking care of voices after that. It's just doing like when Kinzo goes off on one of his rants for about 10 minutes, because I've heard the original Japanese voice acting. They've only heard bits of it. So I'm trying to convey like a similar like kind of performance to like the original voice actor, as I think you mentioned you heard because you watched our VOD back. Doing that for like a 10-minute stretch while he's just going on about, oh, Beatrice, take my soul, let me see your smile again, I want to, like, I set out my epitaph, oh dear. That shoots me, but I don't want to like give it up if I can, because I'm having a lot of fun just going batshit when he's on screen.
Oh yeah, no. Case puts his entire like body and soul into the performance, which ends up killing him. So,
Yeah.
But that reminds me, I should probably finish up my. I think my tea's done now, so I should finish that. There's the next line.
you know your stuff. Soon Japan will see another unprecedented boom, just like when father revived the Ushiromiya family. Another case like the Korean War demands. Once again, oh, the tragedy.
Again, it's not like the bubble will pop within the next 10 years or so.
The people of Japan have worked as at a fucking. The people of Japan have worked at a frenzied pace, realized vast economic growth, and become the most prosperous people in the world. They are enjoying the height of their prosperity. Private spending has increased, and institutions that can profit from that can make easy money in this era. Oh, yeah.
I will let this play out while I run to grab sugar I forgot to grab.
The people's needs are no longer merely the essential 3 electrical appliances. Places to ski, to golf, public pools, resorts, hotels, and theme parks. I mean, when was this? I got something to look up.
I think from what I remember from some secondhand research from a Yakuza 0 storyline, the bubble popped in like the 90s.
I'm back. I didn't
If not,
fall
then
as I was
as late
walking
as
in.
the 2000s.
I mean, wait, is this 1983 or 1982?
This is 82,
Four,
I
I
believe. Hold
I
on.
thought it was 84.
Hold on.
Because that depends on because that is very dependent on the next joke I make.
1986, October 4th.
I mean, 3 years ago, we established Disneyland in Tokyo.
Why do you know that off the top of your head?
I didn't. I looked that up while you were gone. He said theme parks. So I was like, I remember Disneyland Tokyo was established in the 80s. I don't remember when. Because I watched that Defunct Land video on it.
Oh, Defunct Land. That explains
okay,
everything.
Okay,
Yeah.
I see.
Alright,
Wait.
Holds me
Turn
your
it on.
hand! You can't make this up!
Can't make this shit up. I've never played this game.
No, you haven't.
Also,
That's
also Nanobots, son.
nanomachines?
To you. Nanomachine, whatever.
That's
I'm
a
calling
nice-
it Disneyland.
That's a nice fact, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
The source is I made it the fuck up. That's actually not something you said in the whim.
Okay, that's right. That's enough. Like sugar and honey. Okay. Go on.
Have you gone to Disneyland? They opened just a few years ago.
Not even gonna try with Delsny.
No. I made the joke, man.
Okay.
What an excellent theme park that is. In that place, even an adult can be a kid and have fun with his family. Not that I've gone because I'm a hot ass. The old era, where the only virtue was to selfishly devote yourself to your country while failing to consider your family, is ending. Now, as the most prosperous people in the world, we can finally accept that. Just ignore the fact that America is right there. And this is the 80s. America was at its peak.
Pardon.
Well, also Cold War, and Cold War economics actually helped us a lot. Huge thing, I'm not going to go into it.
Yeah. Having your random knowledge of bits of history is probably gonna help a lot with jokes and figuring out what the hell's going on in the world while this is happening.
My parents were born in the 80s.
Yeah, mine were born in the 50s. I got nothing on what's happening here. So.
I keep forgetting that your parents are fucking ancient.
My dad's gonna be 75.
That's like the age of my grandfather, dude. Like, that's...
It's just funny considering my parents are the middle ground where they're born in the 60s.
Oh fuck, what was Hideyoshi's voice? I just did it, now I'm forgetting again. Right,
Okay,
Nashville Woo Girl.
Fake Southern.
Nashville Woo Girl, got it. Now, Krasa, before starts forgetting something else. When I heard this several years ago, I thought it was ridiculous. But see, when I heard about the G5 Nations Plaza Accord, that changed. That was not what I was doing it before at all.
I need to look something up because I have no fucking clue what that is.
What is the Plaza Accord?
G5 Nations Plaza Accord.
Well, look, getting history live, people.
Plaza Accord was a 1985 agreement among the G5 nations, France, Germany, the United Kingdom, and the United States, and Japan, to manipulate exchange rates by depreciating the U.S. By the way, that is a thing that happened. That's part of the reason why the U.S. dollar is fucking worthless today. But it's also why you're able to measure the dollar against other currencies, like the pound or the yen, and why it's so easy to do that conversion now.
Oh.
I mean, it's not easy, but it's easier than it would have been. I mean, another part of that was, I think it was either Reagan or Nixon that took us off the gold standard.
It was probably Reagan.
Actually,
Reagan fucked our economy.
Which actually tanked the economy.
If it's someone ruining the economy, it was Reagan.
Yeah, probably. Well, Nixon did his fair share.
Nixon did a lot, but if I will immediately just assume it was Reagan ruining us, the rest.
Yeah.
Did Reagan do anything good? He was an
Question from what I
actor.
understand.
He was an actor.
Was
and
it
apparently,
Reagan or
once upon a
was it
time,
Reagan or Nixon was? Oh, go ahead.
I think Reagan was at one point in time like the head of the actors union or whatever before he got hired as president.
I thought Nixon was the actor.
Which one was the actor?
Fuck.
I think it was Reagan, from what I remember hearing.
Yeah, Ronald Reagan
recently.
was an actor.
Oh.
Yeah, I was right.
Was
Mr.
Nixon the
I'm
one
never
people
wrong.
liked? I don't know anything about U.S. history.
You were just spouting U.S. history.
I was spouting U.S. economics. There's a huge difference.
Yeah.
The yen's getting stronger and stronger, and the price of land will still skyrocket soon. I bet. The day will come that Japan becomes the economic center of the world isn't far off. You have a very forward-looking view. There's no mistaking that. It's not as jolly as I was making him before.
This is a serious conversation.
No, I know. I mean, I don't have the jolly-ish weight. The voice I was doing before was oh, I feel to say. What was the line?
Yeah.
Oh, the yen's getting stronger and Nah. What is it? I don't remember the voice I was doing for him anymore. I feel the same way, Hideyoshi Nisan. Aniki, you can read into the next decade of history. That keen sense surely came from Dad. It's incredible. However, unlike Dad, there have been cases where the timing of your prediction have been sorely mistaken, haven't there?
Nissan, believing that Japan will definitely face an economic boom, you have been launching resort projects everywhere, and almost all of them continue to fail. Well, I'm sure that the era you predicted is arriving. It seems that you misread the timing of that boom.
Listen, all I'm asking for is a small loan of $1 million.
We're Japanese, we use yen.
Yeah, but $1 million yen's $100,000.
Let's say $1 billion yen.
Yeah, I guess.
It keeps the cadence going.
Wait, no, $1 million yen's $10,000.
It keeps the cadence going, not the
I guess.
But anyways, you were too early. and then you hurriedly tried to sell everything off, and as a result, opened the wound even further. If your nose was really so reliable, you predicted the coming of a boom, then there should be no reason for you to sell off your property. Isn't it proof that you don't trust your own ability? How rude! Are you trying to insult my husband?
Natsuhi's forehead creased as she rose from the sofa. Ava, paying this no heed, stared Kraus down with a confident smile. Kraus, who also maintained his confident appearance, told Natsuhi to sit down.
Please stop, Natsuhi. My little sister is incapable of speaking any other way and always has been. Calm yourself a little. Your headache will get worse.
Proof that you have no talent is also right there, or right here. After all, Nissan, weren't you all excited about turning this island into a resort? Building a wonderful resort, hotel, beautifully maintaining the garden. I'm just an amateur and don't pretend to understand, but you must have used a significant amount of money, right? What are you trying to say? My husband's business has nothing to do with you.
Oh, I think it has a little bit to do with them because this is the family island, but
Actually, that's
I'll
not
step
true.
away.
Yeah. Actually, that's not true, Hanatsuhi-san. Rokkenjima is not Aniki's, it is Dad's. The hotel that was constructed is Aniki's, of course. If you'd like, you can charge us lodging fees tonight. Right, Rosa?
Well, if what I have on hand will suffice.
if I can make it into a resort, this island's financial worth will rise. It is true that expenses have piled up, but we can hope to have a large harvest in the future. When that happens, it should prove to benefit you all as well.
I understand that. If the value of this island rises, that will increase our shares when we distribute the inheritance. Of course, we want to ask you to physically divide the island and the mansion into 4 equal parts. We're quite happy to settle this with whatever you calculate its financial worth to be.
Good, because I can't afford the dynamite.
Excuse me.
How can you not afford the dynamite in this economy?
Well, first of all, do you know how actually expensive explosives like that are, Case? Like, even back then, they're mining explosives, dude. He runs a real estate company, not a construction company.
True, and that would seem pretty suspicious now, wouldn't it?
Also, that much dynamite on an island. Do you know how much dynamite it would take to just blow that much of a... That's neither here nor there.
Why do you know that off the top of your head?
Basic thought? It's an island.
Okay, but it's
doesn't
actually a
take
pretty
that much
big
brain
island.
power.
It's a small island, but still relatively big.
Yeah, that's a lot of dynamite.
Yeah, they said the mansion, not the island.
I mean, the dynamite would just destroy the mansion. That's why you get an excavator.
Yeah.
If you understand that much, what about my business makes you dissatisfied?
What the hell is New Rhodes Island? What was like, what do you think happened to New Rhode Island? What, did that blow up or something? What?
Is that the one?
Oh. I was fully willing to believe that someone just blew up an island.
I mean, have you ever heard of the Bikini Atoll?
Oh,
Okay, yes,
yeah.
that was an atoll. That was already like halfway gone.
We put nukes there, man.
I know, it was already halfway gone before then, and then afterwards, well,
Yeah.
the hole just got a bit bigger. The crabs have less...
Along with irradiated sea life, if I had to guess.
Bikinis definitely took a toll. Good one.
Spicy.
Right. We aren't dissatisfied. We are uneasy. In the first place, Aniki, when do you plan to open the hotel? Keep this up, and every square inch of it will be covered in our grubby handprints.
That's right. It's an important tool for your business, isn't it? I understand that you can't keep it locked up until the moment you open it for business. Buildings go bad if you don't use them and air them out every once in a while. Even so, it's a bit extravagant for a guest house that we only use once a year. Wouldn't you say, Rosa? That's right. If it's that wonderful, I'm sure that it will become quite popular once you open it. Oh. The hotel you mentioned earlier was referring to the guest house. I see.
Hell of a building, isn't it? Just as Rosa said, I'm sure it would become popular if he were to open it. The lodging they had been guided to had not been constructed with the intention of building a guest house. It was originally constructed as a resort hotel. However, even though it had been completed 2 years ago, there was absolutely no schedule for it to be opened.
Nissan. It's just like all your enterprises. Your attention and planning are both fabulous. Then it always becomes unable to maintain itself part way. It ends without being able to collect any profit.
It was brilliant of you to spot that this was a waste to use this island only as a place to live. I think that turning it into a resort, which could use things like marine sports, fishing, or honeymoons to attract customers, was a pretty good plan. If I were the older son, I'm sure I too would have racked my brains over what kind of profit I could get out of this island.
But 2 full years have passed since you finished building, right? After 2 years, you still don't know when you'll be able to open it? Where's the managing company you entrusted it to? Impertinence! That's not my husband's fault. There's just been some trouble with the company that my husband contracted with. No matter how you look at it, we are the victims here.
That's the thing, though. This company that Kraus Nissan hired, I haven't heard many good rumors about it, you know?
Let's not beat around the bush. The project disintegrated midway due to non-payment, embezzlement, and other troubles. Did you think the rumors wouldn't reach our ears? I've been collecting evidence. I don't know what kind of evidence you found, but it's all baseless. As new members in the sightseeing business, it is necessary to lay the groundwork with various people. It is also important to discuss how trustworthy the other party is. There's nothing more than taking some time to meet that end.
I'll accept that. In my rashness, the hotel was completed too early. However, we are not paying maintenance costs. It's a slow and vital strategic arrangement.
Yeah, I bet. More like you want to sell it, but can't. There's no reason for anyone to buy such an extravagant hotel on an isolated island with nothing on it and no established sightseeing routes. Besides, what's happening with the loans you gathered for this project?
Fuck the old man, I'm killing you first.
Good luck, man. I've got the numbers advantage.
I have a gun.
You think Kitty A hasn't killed someone right before?
You know what? That's fair.
Those holes in her shirt aren't like decorations. Those were previous knife wounds.
They are shockingly good-looking knife wounds.
And it was very miraculous that that's how the gang ended up afterwards.
She doesn't even have a touch on her.
It's a very good fabric. It might not be costing you maintenance, but the borrowed money you can't return is just going up and up. Sorry, Kraus Nissan. I investigated the development plan for this island a little. I gotta be honest, I've not heard anything good either.
Hideyoshi-san, I'm sure that only looking at the current financial condition could lead you to that impression. However, that is a prior investment. I have no choice but to admit that my prediction was mistaken, and that up until now, several liabilities have been created. However, the times have finally caught up with me. I will soon regain everything that I have lost up to this point.
Are you about to start like an evil villain monologue?
Seems likely.
No, actually, all of the investments I have made up until now will finally return to my possession. That's right. Just like throwing away a small fry, which then becomes a salmon. They will come back even bigger than before.
Sure, I'm with you on that. Starting soon, the resort business will probably see an unexpected boom. Though, who knows whether it'll be enough to bury all your liabilities. But I gotta ask Nisan? After all the crushing defeats you suffered so far, who in the world supplied you with the funds? That's a heck of a sum we're talking. Enough to cover
I
your
stole
massive
them.
debt, right? Oh, so you admit you're embezzling funds from Dad.
What are you trying to say, Hideyoshi-san?
Ah, Natsuhi-san, please don't get mad. We've done our research, you see. We looked into it, trying to see who could have loaned Krasny-san, who lost all his battles this far, enough to support his recent massively gutsy investments. And the results? No one. There is no backer. The iron rule of money roulette is to bet against the unfortunate. And Aniki, you are a well-known unfortunate in this neighborhood. Surely this era seems set to welcome an economic boom. But when we asked who, with respect to Aniki's failures, would find him worthy of funding, there was no one.
So you see, where did you raise that money from?
I just said I stole it.
That's what we started to question next.
Oh? Isn't that an interesting story? And?
Dear, how long do you plan to ignore these abusive remarks?
Sit down, Natsuhi-san. Let me be blunt. Aniki, you have been diverting Dad's private funds for your own business. There's almost no doubt. If we made some mistake, please, feel free to explain it for us.
Rudolph, this isn't diverting funds. This is embezzlement, isn't it? It's a genuine crime that can be criminally prosecuted. This is rudeness in the extreme. How can you even face the successor to the that stupid name?
Ushiromiya.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a mouthful at first, but you get used to it after having to say it a lot.
I wasn't.
Oh, right, fuck. I thought we were after that.
Good job, Case.
I'm a professional.
How can you even face the successor to the Oh, I hate trying to pronounce it fast. Ushiromiya. Ushiromiya head house and level these wild accusations. They are wild. They're right on the money, aren't they? Oh, sorry. They aren't wild. They're right on the money, aren't they? He wants to make this business succeed so that he can recover his losses. But his debt is actually growing. All he wants is to get himself out of the hole he's dug, by making an even bigger gamble than before. If he had funds close at hand, it's only logical that he'd try to use them. Let me say it clearly, Nisan. What you are doing is embezzlement. You are betraying our father. I imagine that we will leave you to the mercy of the courts after this is all over. Do you think those people will kindly agree to address you as successor to the Ushiromiya head house? Of all the things, saying that he's betraying the head is not something I can overlook. You no longer have the right to darken the doors of the glorious Ushiromiya house. Leave this place immediately. Go on, get out.
Natsuhi, who had already reached the limits of her anger, shouted at Ava in a rage. She then pointed alternatively at Ava and the hallway, indicating that she should leave. Ava took out a folding fan and fanned herself with it, glaring maliciously at Natsuhi, as though silently daring her to repeat what she'd said. However, her mouth was still smiling, curved into the shape of a crescent moon. In that unpleasant silence, Rosa gulped.
Hey, Natsuhi-ne-san. Who do you think you're speaking to? I am speaking to the extremely impolite sister of my husband. As the person in charge of family affairs, I cannot overlook any more of this. In charge of family affairs. Shut up. Okay, I swear.
I'm trying to hit the, finish the line completely, and, because these have some, timed, auto-timing itself instead of, just clicking to the arrow.
Yeah.
Sorry,
just...
I know,
I should be more understanding.
No, it's still my fault. I'm trying my best to not do it with this,
Don't worry, it's more fun to make fun of Case for it.
Hey!
Fair
I don't
enough,
have to
yeah,
take
I was trying to
this.
give him a hard time. Shut up, you sorry excuse for a wife.
Let's actually get back to this then. Do you get it, Yolanda?
Yeah, I just said it just now.
Oh, sorry, I was using the bit to run off to check my laptop to make sure it was charged.
Fair.
Ava folded the fan with a snap and rose powerfully. Compared to the elegant and playful behavior she had shown until just now, she looked unimaginably aggressive.
How foolish. You leave. You would tell me. Ushiri... This last name's gonna
Ushiromiya.
kill me, I swear. Ushiromiya Ava. Me, Ava, the third ranked in the Ushiromiya family hierarchy, who is granted the left shoulder of the head to leave.
Would it help if I played the how they say it, the last name in?
Well, in all fairness, someone in the room next door is heading to bed, so I'm also trying to keep it down at the same time.
That's fair.
Yeah, which is
Yeah.
helping you say it by seeing how other people are saying it. Would that help?
Yeah, just, if anything, I just don't have the practice and experience right now, so...
Gotcha. Just wanting to see if that would help. Okay.
Yeah. Which, honestly, I should practice more on my off time, to be honest. Anyways. And plus, I think I kind of wore my voice trying to sing Operation Pyrite from the Arknight soundtrack, complete with growl, and I did not stretch properly for it.
Oh, you need to
So,
take a break.
you
We
know.
can shift out who's saying what character if that helps.
Yeah, and like I said, I kind of probably should quiet down for the sake of rest.
I can take over Ava if you want me to.
Go for it.
How foolish. You leave. You would tell me. Ushiromiya Ava. Me, Ava, the third ranked of the...
Something about how you're saying that into your mic is causing you to get muffled again.
I got too close. Me, Ava, the third ranked of the Ushiromiya family hierarchy, who is granted the left shoulder of the head to leave? Learn your place. And then look in a mirror at your shabby figure. Where on your clothes is the wing? Where are you permitted to wear the one-winged eagle? Your only purpose was to birth a successor to the Ushiromiya family. Know your place, bitch.
While Ava grimaced unattractively, her words pierced Natsuhi's heart like claws and painfully twisted in. There were 100 ways Natsuhi wanted to respond. However, her anger and sorrow crushed her throat, and not one of them managed to make it to her mouth. The anger, which had lost any place to go, became a single hot tear, which slowly dripped down.
What? If you have something to say, please, say it now. Come on.
Ava faced her with a provocative gaze. However, Natsuhi's fist was shaking. She trembled all over, unable to do anything. Kraus quietly broke that powder keg tension.
Natsuhi, leave your seat. You should cool off your head.
Natsuhi, resenting the fact that her husband had not come to her aid, shifted the focus of her attack.
Don't you understand what they're saying about you? These people, are basically calling you a traitor to father. We protect the glory of the Again, this last name is gonna kill me. Shiromiya family. We put forth effort day in, day out, striving to be the paragons of nobility in order to take over that glory from father. And this inexcusable rambling tramples it all underfoot. And why don't you talk back to them? I'm talking back because you won't. And you have just been relying completely on me. And now you are telling me to go cool my head? It's always me. I am always thinking so seriously about this family's affairs, and you have just taken that in.
Natsuhi could no longer hide her tears. She flew from the room in that state. After that, all that remained was a somewhat embarrassed mood about the parlor. When the sound of footsteps grew distant and silence returned, Kraus shrugged his shoulders slightly.
I apologize for my wife. She's always been bad at controlling her emotions. I too have a hard time with her. Man, dude, you're such a dick.
Mm-hmm.
If you have someone like that running things, then you must be on edge constantly as well. At least stand up for your wife, dude.
Madam.
It's nothing. Leave me be.
Natsuhi flew into her room and bent over the bed, wailing.
What great delivery, by the way, Velvet. Like,
that was
just
really good
fantastic.
sobbing.
Oh yeah, no, I've been
was
practicing
very
that kind of
good.
thing for a while.
Those heart-wrenching sobs reached Kumasawa in the hallway. How heart-rending, Madam Natsuhi. There's a deep enmity between her and Eva-sama. Explaining their relationship is very draining for a woman such as myself. The Ushiromiya family holds its bloodline in high regard, but if a daughter marries into another family, they would normally be removed from the family hierarchy. So, under normal circumstances, Eva-sama should have been removed when she married Hideyoshi-sama. However, and this was not anyone's fault. Madam definitely bore no guilt. There's no way of saying it other than calling it a whim of God. Kraus-sama and Natsuhi-sama were not blessed with children for some time. And of course, this was the patriarchal Ushiromiya family. A wife was just a tool to create an heir. If that wife could not fill her only duty, she would not be treated as human. It's painful to remember how much the master tortured Madam during that time. During that time, Eva-sama and Hideyoshi-sama's wedding was discussed. Eva-sama was sly, taking advantage of the Madam's inability to become pregnant. she gained the favor of the master. She inspired him to allow her to marry and give birth to a successor herself, making sure to avoid transferring her name out of the Ushiromiya register. There was a vast difference in Ushiromiya hierarchy between Madame, who married into the Ushiromiya family and was treated like an outsider, and Eva-sama, who was related to the family by blood and whose husband took on the Ushiromiya name. And beyond that, Eva-sama was the first to give birth, and once more, to a boy. Perhaps now you can understand how much weaker Madame's position is compared to Eva-sama's. I'm sure Madame is tormented by the thought that if only she'd gotten What? Oh, sorry, that was a noise in the bag that got me up.
Yeah, sorry, I was just, muting myself because I was coughing.
No problem, I got into it for a sec, so it pulled me up. I'm sure that Madame is tormented by the thought that if only she had gotten pregnant earlier, the master wouldn't have accepted Eva-sama's request to keep her last name after marriage, and Eva-sama wouldn't have been permitted to act as arrogantly as she had today. However, that's not Madame's fault. All of the blame lies with God's whims, and the stork that delivered Jessica-san late. Even so, Madame won't allow herself to see things this way. She probably can't help cry bitter tears at her inability to carry out the duties expected of a wife. How heartrending. I cannot do anything but watch over her from the shadows.
Scene change.
Scene change! And with
So,
that...
AKL, if you're still here, could you... How do you think we're doing?
Yeah, you seem to actually know voice direction and voice acting and stuff better than... Well, I've heard a voice before. I might be wrong about that, but I think I've heard a voice before. I don't know, you guys could just be the new AI-generated bullshit. Like stealing voices from people. So I could be entirely wrong.
As far as you know, the 3 years we've been friends case has been fake.
Not
Totally.
again.
In the 5+ years for me.
We crossed the hall again on our way to the entrance. As we did, we once again saw that witch's portrait. However, the word saw is probably not the best word to describe that experience. It was more like our eyes were drawn to it. That woman's eyes, with their sage-like glamour. Glamour.
Glare.
Excuse me as I choke on my own throat. And my own tongue.
You do have a throat in your voice.
And a tongue in my mouth.
True.
That woman's eyes, with their sage-like glamour, definitely had the power to make those who looked at her stand rooted to the spot.
So this is the witch Beatrice. Wonder if that's true.
Battler doesn't believe?
Excuse me.
Excuse you.
Back when he had asked what this picture was, the first person to tell him it was Beatrice had been Maria. Therefore, when Battler showed signs of doubt, Maria must have felt that Battler didn't have faith in her. Of course, that's not what Battler meant. Maria ran up to the portrait and began banging on a plate below it. Maybe the title of the portrait was written there. Maria, trying to prove that she wasn't lying, obstinately continued to hit the plate.
Man, isn't it weird when your inner monologue goes into third person?
Yeah. I've had my inner monologues narrator has been on strike with the writers and actors. So I've just been like coasting blind for a bit.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's not like I doubt anything you say, Maria.
Pardon, DD is making herself known. Anyways. Ooh, Battler believes? Ooh.
When he patted Maria's head and apologized, she seemed to accept it, sticking out her chest and proudly oohing.
Meow. Meow.
Meow.
I couldn't keep her out if I tried.
Meow.
It's okay. Let's see here. My beloved witch, Beatrice. Behold the sweet fish river. Wait. What's with this weird long epitaph?
The plate didn't have the title of the portrait written on it, but it was much too big to contain only that. Beneath the title, what looked like a long epitaph was also written. As I skimmed over it, I was taken aback by the array of unnerving words that jumped out at me.
Oh, pardon. Incredible, isn't it? Grandfather had that written. Pretty deep, huh? I know. It's the place where the gold is hidden.
Wait. Is that the story about the Ushiromiya family's hidden gold? There's another thing that takes me back. Wait, Aniki, is that for real?
Grandfather had this written, but he refuses to say anything more about this picture or the epitaph. Even so, amongst the family, it's often whispered that it points to the location of Grandfather's hidden gold, and that he will relinquish the family headship and the gold to the person who solves the riddle.
I heard that too. Lots and lots of gold. Well, who knows, really? 10 tons of gold bars. Sounds a bit too fishy to me.
Still, if you read this all the way through, it almost seems real.
I think I already explained Grandfather's upbringing, but let me also mention the Ushiromiya family's legend of the gold. Grandfather succeeded the Ushiromiya family after it had been totally destroyed in the Great Kanto earthquake. And by successfully riding the stormy seas after that war, managed to accumulate great wealth. That much of the story, everyone knows. However, this is where the strange part of the story begins. Part of it is closely tied to Grandfather's black magic hobby, so its credibility is a bit low, but, well, wait until the end before you doubt or make fun of it. After the war, Grandfather successfully predicted what the future would hold. His big gamble paid off, and he accumulated a vast store of wealth. But there's a mysterious legend about how he gained the funds in the first place. Grandfather came from a branch family, and he had no connections to the business world or the financial world. Even though he later built connections with the occupying forces, in the beginning, he was a supposedly nameless person who had not yet gained anyone's trust. Money can only be gathered based on trust. There's no way anyone would lend money to an untrustworthy person. How did Grandfather, whose trustworthiness was zero, manage to obtain the large amount of funds in the first place? It is said that when asked that question, Grandfather answered like this. Oh god, it's Kenzo. Hold on.
Oh boy.
I stole them.
On that faithful day, that's going into track again. On that faithful day, I encountered the golden witch Beatrice. He then went on and on about how he continued to research alchemy and techniques for summoning demons in order to become a great mage. And the entity summoned as a result of the demon calling ritual was the golden witch Beatrice. He then said that he made a contract where, in exchange for his own soul, he would receive fortune and honor. The witch then granted Grandfather 10 tons of gold. Grandfather used this gold as collateral to prepare a vast quantity of funds, and that he used that to multiply his wealth by several times and revive the Ushiromiya family. It seems that this story is so old that our parents had already been told of it when they were still children. So, our parents, when they were little, explored this island in various ways, believing that the gold that Grandfather had received from the witch might be hidden somewhere. However, since there was the danger of them getting lost in the abandoned forest, grandmother or someone began to spread the story that the witch lived in the forest and approaching it was too dangerous.
I remember that old story. When we were little, our parents told us about it, and we went all over the island searching for treasure. Didn't we get lost in the forest and start crying until the servants found us? Our parents were so mad at us. That takes me back.
We sure were idiots, weren't we? I mean, come on, grandfather used that to build up the funds that he finally bought this island with, right? That means he must have had the gold before coming here. There's no way it'd be here on the island.
That's not necessarily so. Maybe the gold was hidden on this island from the beginning, and he bought the whole island just to make sure it was all his. There was a whole 10 tons of it, right? It seems more realistic that he would try to secure the place where it was hidden rather than try to move it all.
This epitaph was written 2 years ago, and since grandfather had it written himself, I see. This does make the legend of the gold more believable. 10 tons of gold bestowed upon grandfather by a witch. That it's said he used to. That it said he
used to revive.
I'm going to separate the words. That it is said he used to revive the Umineko family. It's sleeping somewhere even now, and grandfather may be planning to turn it over to whoever can solve his riddle. Huh. I guess that sounds like grandfather's style or something. If it's true, that's one hell of an opportunity.
The epitaph carved into the plate was very mysterious, something like a poem or a song. Its sentences were incredibly disturbing, filled with the signs of grandfather's black magic hobby, and truly in bad taste. But it could definitely be viewed as a puzzle which, if solved, could lead to the place where the gold was hidden. I can't even imagine if that's what he intended or not. All I can say is the shady epitaph was displayed here so that everyone in the family could see it. And that, even while hinting at the existence of gold, he still refuses to touch upon the subject of its hiding place. That caused our parents' imaginations to run wild, and call it a battle of wits from grandfather.
Bet it's my dad who's taking this nonsense at face value. His greed exposed to the world. Even though he laughs at grandfather's black magic hobby, he'll still believe this story about the hidden gold. He's all talk.
Well, it's certainly not a realistic story. At the time, when grandfather was still nameless, without any connections, there's no way anyone would have just lent him a massive quantity of gold bars for free. Although, it's not unthinkable to suggest that's exactly why grandfather called his sponsor a witch.
Yeah, but 10 tons. 10 tons. If you traded that for money, how much would that come to? Anyway, it'd have to be a ridiculous amount, right?
It would be a ridiculous amount. They say that the total amount of gold mined by humankind since the dawn of history is at most 100,000 tons. That 1/10,000th of all the gold humankind has obtained throughout history should belong to one person is just insane. And that it should all be in one place, and that there should be a witch who could just lend it to grandfather as if it was nothing. That would be no ordinary person.
As for me, I think that number 10 tons sounds totally fake. In the first place, has anyone other than grandfather ever seen it? And even if some generous witch lent him some actual gold, couldn't that 10 be right, but actually be mistaken from 10 kilos? Even 10 kilos would be pretty incredible sum, right? Ooh, 10 kilos of gold is how much?
Maria, who couldn't keep up and felt like she was being spoken to in riddles, finally found a place where she could ask us a question. A question which I also wanted to ask right then. Whether I hear 10 kilos or 10 tons, I know that it's an incredible amount. I couldn't put a number on exactly how incredible. George Aniki folded his arms and tried to remember the market price of gold.
About $700 in today's money.
Well, gold is often affected by speculation, and its price can also change depending on its purity and the trustworthiness of the foundry. You would also need to pay a commission to turn it into money. Still, it's definitely a precious metal, and people estimate that if gold mining continues at its current rate, within half a century, we'd have mined all of it. Just guessing haphazardly, for 1 kilo, I think maybe a price of 2 million yen?
Apparently gold has depreciated quite a bit.
Yen to USD,
Because for 10 kilos of gold now is about $700 US.
That's 1 kilo. 1 kilo is about, like $13,000? $13,500, according to this.
Huh.
Mm-hmm. Whoa. Yeah.
Okay. I know I just plucked that 10 kilo figure out of thin air, but even that would be worth 20 million yen.
$136,000. I think I got that right.
I mean, it's still no small sum, all things considered. I weigh 28 kilos.
Which means that if we had Maria-chan's weight in gold, we could estimate that it's worth over 50 million yen.
That's just mind-boggling. How much would 10 tons be then? If it's 20 million for 10 kilos times 1,000, so that's 20 billion yen?
100. That is $136 million. $136.5 million, sorry. Yeah, they're talking big money.
Yeah. What the hell?
How much is 20 billion yen actually worth? We would have to measure it by putting it in terms we could understand. I mean, they say that wages over a lifetime are 200 million yen. You grow up, work like crazy, sacrificing your life for your company, and as you approach old age, you are finally freed. And all that together, including retirement money, comes out to about 200 million yen. In other words, that's the cash equivalent of a human's life. No, you could even call it the price of a life. We were talking about a sum so enormous it would require hundreds of those lives. Assuming you work for 40 years from the ages of 20 to age 60, then it's equal to about 4,000 years of work wages. It's a sum of money you could accumulate after working every day starting from the Jomon period.
Is 20 billion yen huge?
Yeah, it's huge. Maria, you could buy more of that shortcake you love than you could eat in a lifetime. We should eat the rich.
Is this the part where we start our ANCAP eat the rich kami protests?
No, he put it very succinctly. That's more money than any one person could make in a lifetime. At least any normal person.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Abolish billionaires.
Honestly. And if they're hiding somewhere, trillionaires. I'm
not saying we should kill them. I'm just saying if an accident happened, no one would be sad.
I mean, no one was sad when the submersible imploded.
Yeah.
They were sad for the kid because it wasn't his fault.
Yeah. To be fair, he was hesitant and innocent and all that, or relatively innocent.
We did immediately make fun of everyone else, though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Looks like we're about to hit 2 minutes for an ad break, unless I snooze for another 5 minutes. So I want to see if we can get to the epitaph before the ad break, and then give you guys time to think on it while I go to the restroom.
All right.
However, while I could imagine 220 billion yen in cash, I don't think it's very plausible for all of it to be in one place as gold bars. Just as I said, gold is extremely heavy, and it's not very convenient as a method for storing all your accumulated fortune. I'm not saying eat the rich, but consume the ultra wealthy. Exactly. That's the polite way of saying it. That won't get us immediately flagged by bots. Just, it's not very convenient as a method for storing all your accumulated fortune. If it was all in highly valued stocks and bonds, or expensive precious gems, it wouldn't be unthinkable. You often hear about people who, in their chaotic period of the war, traded their wealth for precious gems so they could carry it around with them. But you don't usually hear stories of people exchanging their wealth for gold.
Of course, it's heavy, but internationally it's the most trusted and stable. Doesn't that mean something? With bonds, for example, if the country is destroyed, they're just scraps of paper.
You could also look at it that way, but even one 10-kilo ingot is pretty heavy to carry around. Have you ever heard of this? Even if you carry a 50-kilogram person on your back, you can't carry a 50-kilogram bag over your shoulder. With that many gold bars, the amount of labor and risk for one person would be hard to calculate.
So what you're saying is, if we were talking 20 billion yen in banknotes lying around, that'd be one thing. But given that it's supposedly 20 billion yen in gold piled up, it doesn't really ring true.
That's right. Although, Legend of the Gold does have a pretty interesting ring to it. Even just the part about the 10 tons of gold is a little bit of stretch.
If you think about it logically like that, it sounds obviously fake. Kind of brings you back down to reality.
Snap back to reality. Whoop, there goes gravity. That said, it is grandfather we're talking about after all. He Fuck. He may have announced his financing from some rich person in an exaggerated metaphorical way, as 10 tons of gold receiving from a witch. Even if the number 10 tons is an exaggeration, even the number 10 tons feels pretty symbolic. Fuck.
You mean like his gratitude for the money he borrowed was worth 10 tons of gold or something?
Maybe some rich man leisured... pardon. Let me try that one more time. Maybe some rich man's leisured wife generously granted it to grandfather. And then he maybe started calling this lady a witch?
Jessica's example isn't bad. If someone was generous enough to lend a huge sum of money to grandfather when his trustworthiness was still zero, she would certainly become someone worthy of being called a witch. Furthermore, grandfather later used that money to build a vast amount of wealth. With such an incredible ability to judge people, again, she might fittingly be well called a witch. Also, since she went into the trouble of lending all that money, she might have enthusiastically guided how it was spent. Come to think of it, the idea to get involved with the occupying forces and profit off the Korean War demands might have also come from the witch as well. With that considered, saying that he received wealth and honor from a witch might actually be a fair description.
I see. So in other words, this witch granted the funds necessary to revive the Ushiromiya family, and grandfather owed her big time. If that's the case, and grandfather had this huge painting drawn and displayed out of feelings of gratitude, yeah, that might not be that strange of a story.
Hey, what if this person looked like an old witch like Granny? And then grandfather idealized her appearance and turned her into this beauty when he had the painting drawn. I'll bet if we ever did meet this person, she wouldn't nearly be this pretty.
That's possible. The name Beatrice sounds pretty Western, and if you think about how everyone else in the family has Western-style names, maybe even the name Beatrice is the result of grandfather trying to rearrange some Japanese person's name to make it sound Western.
I get it. That means this pretty girl doesn't exist outside the picture. Guess that means I won't be able to rub those. I'm not saying that.
Nope.
In the first place, isn't a witch a little weird? Like, you could find something like that anywhere on Earth.
As I laughed and made fun of the witch in an attempt to differentiate myself from the kid I was 6 years ago, who was afraid of the witch in the forest, Maria tugged on my sleeve. The strength with which she did displayed a little annoyance.
What is it, Maria?
Beatrice exists.
Maria stared up at me. She had on her usual sour look, but I could tell she was angry because of the color of her eyes.
Witches exist. Witches exist.
Well,
Sure.
right, that's you.
Yeah. Well, sure, they do exist if you turn the TV on and watch anime or something.
Exist. Witches exist. Oh.
I started to feel pressured, not knowing why Maria was jumping on me like this. Then, Jessica tapped me on the shoulder and told me in a small voice.
Dumbass, don't go smashing a kid's dream. Maria really believes that things like witches and Beatrice exist.
Come to think of it, Maria-chan, in social studies at school, when you were asked to write what you want to be when you grew up, you wrote a witch. We've got a minute till the ad starts, so I don't think we'll make it to the epitaph, damn. Maria nodded seriously. Tears started to run from the corners of her eyes. I see. To a girl who wants to become a witch in the future, this Beatrice is proof that witches do exist in the world, and is also someone that she admires and strives to be like.
Exist. Witches exist. But Battler doesn't believe. No.
It's alright, they exist, witches. Oni-chan believes it. Jotaniki kneeled down and held Maria's head. Watching this, Jessica poked me in the side. So that's what it is. Okay, we're like 10 seconds from the ad. I think it's about to start, so...
Yeah.
I'm gonna give this time so people, like, it could buffer up for people before the ad starts.
Yeah.
Now, I'm running to the restroom. I'll be back in a minute.
All right. Have fun. I am gonna sit down now.
Of course I am sitting down, but I should be standing up straight when it's my lines more often.
I was just having like some back pain while sitting down because I'd been sitting down all day.
Yeah.
The mic arm helps with that because I'm able to adjust it up and down as I stand up, as I stand up or sit down.
Yeah. Funnily enough, I also have that kind of flexibility with the fact that I'm using a headset and all.
Yeah. This ad break's taken a while.
Yeah, it's almost like it's not happening or something.
Keep telling Case to force it, and he doesn't.
Seriously. Oh well. Whoever's here is gonna have to hear us banter.
There it is.
I am back, sorry, what?
The entire
the
time
ad
you've
just
gone, the ad break just started.
What?
Yeah.
You got back and the ad break started.
Bullshit! No, I looked at that. It said the ad break was going. Ad break. God damn it.
I keep telling you, you gotta force it if you want to have like the timing.
Honestly.
Oh well. Let me quickly check.
How do I sound, by the way?
You're sounding better.
Fine as far as I can tell.
Alright.
Okay, we should be getting to the... I hope. I hope, because I really... Yeah. Yeah. I think this is when the... This better be when the epitaph pops up. If it's at a later scene, I'm gonna be upset. How are you all holding up, by the way?
Pretty good.
I think, yeah, I still got plenty of water.
Okay. Got like 30 seconds left for the ad, so...
Got 10 seconds.
What? You said it just...
7. It's like a 2-minute ad, dude.
No, see, but now on my thing up here it says, like, ad in progress 15 seconds, because you said it started right as I got back. What? Twitch, what's wrong with you? Why am I seeing 10 seconds left out on one, and then ads already over on the other?
I only had like
let's
one
just wait
ad
for
pop
you.
up.
Let's just wait for this to get back so we at least assure it's over. Ad break ended, the community is back. Okay, I think we're actually back this time.
I hope so.
Alright. So, I hope this is where they actually talk to the epitaph, because I want to discuss what you all think of it, but... If they're only brushing aside it, I get a gut feeling it's probably not. For this scene, at least. So that's what it is. Go on.
Oh, I do enjoy literary analysis. It is my bread and butter.
Exactly, that's why I want to drop it on you and see what you think. It's basically like I just dropped the bomb that Santa Claus doesn't exist.
Santa Claus isn't real?
No. No way.
Look. I hate to burst your bubble, but Santa kind of got sued out of existence back in the 80s.
Wait, what? Serious?
I
mean, I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest.
You see, right when everyone was asking to get their Nintendos and their new, like, SNESs, Nintendo's a notoriously litigious company. So when they found out some schmuck in the North Pole was manufacturing their product without authorization, oh, they got upset. They established a legal firm in the North Pole just to sue him into oblivion. I'm sorry to say he's gone.
Yeah. Why do you think he kept doing all those Coca-Cola ads and then stopped?
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
It was just like I dropped the bomb that Santa Claus doesn't exist in front of a child who believes in him on Christmas Eve. I'm not the kind of guy that likes to shatter kids' dreams.
God, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make fun of your dreams. I apologize. Of course Beatrice exists. Even now, she's living in the forest and comes every night to the mansion to peek in and see what everyone's doing. That's why you shouldn't go into the forest. And at night, you mustn't stay up staring at the dark forest. You might be seen by the witch of the forest, Beatrice. After all, grandmother said so.
Really? Battler really believes?
Yep, I believe. Sorry for doubting it. Come on, let's make up, okay?
I stuck out my hand and Maria grabbed it with a tiny hand, and we made up. Maria didn't grumble any more than that, so George and Iki and Jessica were relieved.
Oh. This is where all you were. I was sure you had just left to go to the beach.
Chanan-chan, carrying a basket, was surprised to find all of us gathered in front of the portrait.
Ah, Shannon. Well, this is the first time Battler has seen Beatrice's portrait. He was just fascinated by it. Yeah, she does that, doesn't she? Beatrice-sama is truly beautiful. I am sure that she captivated the master.
In addition to the patron theory, there's also the theory that she was grandfather's first love. Either way, although it's been several decades since he met her, even now, she holds a special place in his heart. Which must mean that he is still captivated by her, even today.
Sheesh. That must have made grandmother pretty jealous, right?
I don't know everything, but yeah, that did happen actually. Apparently...
Oh, fuck. I was drinking my tea.
Good job, Case.
I drinking my tea, and the text box was blocked by my mug. That's entirely on me.
Right. I don't know everything, but yeah, that did happen, actually. Apparently, grandmother believed that he was cheating on her with some blonde-haired woman. Ooh, good smell. Good smell coming from Shannon.
Maria, sniffing, approached the basket Shannon-chan was holding with interest. Now that you mention it, I do notice a fragrant scent with the essence of vanilla.
Ah, I apologize. I was told by Kumasawa-san to bring them all to you.
So it's vanilla mackerel cookie.
Delicious.
My favorite. What is it, I wonder? Oh, excellent. Cookies. Oh wait, they are cookies.
Want to eat cookies? Want to eat cookies? Certainly, you may eat as many as you would like. But,
Unsure whether it was really acceptable to serve cookies in a place like this, in front of the portrait. Shannon-chan sent us a glance which seemed to ask what we wanted to do. Well, thinking about it, yeah, that would be bad manners.
Maria, why don't we eat someplace else? Let's put the cookies in a bento and have a picnic. Oh, have a picnic, have a picnic. If we can eat cookies, let's go.
Yeah, let's go get some fresh air. Today on words I've never said in my life.
Let's go touch grass.
I live in a city. It's really hard to touch grass.
Man, it sounds like a skill issue.
Yeah, seriously. Not even the boulevard?
Is there a boulevard in Portland with grass?
There's a lot. Like, I was joking. There's grass outside of my house. Not on my property, but there's grass outside my house.
Just trespass so you can go touch grass.
We shouldn't pick at food right in front of the witch.
Oh, right. Didn't we say that we wanted to go down to the beach in the first place? Let's go. Let's go.
Shannon-chan? Sorry, but can I ask you to get a blanket for us to sit on and some flasks of tea?
Right. Certainly.
Shannon-chan received her instructions and gracefully bowed before retracing her steps. We headed to the beach on our own. Everyone headed for the entrance in a group. Feeling as though the witch was staring down at our backs, I turned around once more.
Battler, you still don't believe?
Oh no, I believe. That way is... Oh, God. I took a sip of tea and then didn't realize I was going to be talking next. Oh no, I believe. That way is more fantastical. The Golden Witch Beatrice gave Father 10 tons of gold. And that gold might be sleeping around here somewhere. Plus, they're saying Grandfather wrote that strange epitaph as though challenging us to find it where we can. If we can. I think that kind of romantic story is way better.
20 billion yen's worth of gold? Even if we split it up between the four of us, that's still a ridiculous amount of money.
5 billion yen for each of us. Incredible. With that kind of money, any business would prosper. No, wait. We could live our whole lives fabulously without ever working at all.
Not 5 billion yen. Cookies! Cookies!
Maria would take cookies over money. Still, 5 billion yen. That's like a dream. It really is. I could use that kind of money anytime.
Oh, shit. Are you kidding? Like, my whole entire extended family could use that kind of money.
Oh, scene change. Hell's Hall. How are you all feeling? Like, do you want to keep going for a bit? Because I think...
I can keep going, but don't you have work tomorrow?
Yes, but I think I can last like another scene or two.
All right. Ridiculous. Is it truly possible that you all believe in Father's legend of the gold?
The story of the witch who gave him the gold and so forth, we obviously don't believe. However, there's no mistake about the gold.
Soundwave.
No.
Yeah, you took over Ava because of
Yeah.
the fact they have to be a little bit more quiet.
Multiple sources have confirmed the fact that Father was in possession of gold bars from an unknown fucking. Let me try that again. Multiple sources have confirmed the fact that Father was in possession of gold bars from an unknown source. We heard that before the Maruso? Before the Maruso company president died, Father showed him a large amount of gold somewhere. Father stated clearly to him that there was 10 tons worth. That's nonsense. That's just the nonsense of a senile old man. Along with Father, he was just fabricating a story. You can't take it seriously.
If that gold didn't exist, he wouldn't have been able to gather so much funding. Now, before the president died, he was a person whose sincere personality gathered a lot of respect from him in the business world. He wouldn't have become a partner to such a fraud. Aniki, the president of Maruso, definitely saw it. 10 tons of it, clearly, with his own eyes. Even more, Dad let the president take 1 ingot at random and have it examined. The results of the examination showed that the 10-kilogram ingot had a purity of 4 nines. 99.99% pure gold. That's wild. He said that the Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was carved into it.
Almost instantly, the Ushiromiya legend of the gold spread among the fixers of the business world. Gold from an unknown foundry has a poor rate of conversion into money. Thinking that it was a chance for decisive profits, they accepted it as collateral, and as a result, Father was able to receive a giant loan. This is one of the most ridiculous nonsense I've ever heard. This is the most ridiculous nonsense I've ever heard. How old are you people? Are you still taking that fairy tale you heard as a kid at face value? Where is the proof that this 10 tons of gold even exists? Isn't it just the lies of Father and those who were closest to him?
Of course it's just a story. But still, Aniki, the amount of money that Dad raised required a suitable quantity of collateral. Even if the gold was just a rumor, then he must have shown them a treasure of comparable worth. That he must have shown them a treasure of comparable worth is an unmistakable truth, don't you think?
It's just a fiction of gold created by a penniless father. He made it seem like that non-existent gold actually existed and fooled his sponsors. It was probably the gamble of a lifetime. Fortunately, his use of those funds proved successful. If the Korean War demands hadn't come and the Ushiromiya family had not been restored, Father would probably would have been hounded after as the crook of the century.
In that case, are you saying that the gold never existed and that Father made it all up?
Of course. Therefore, after he'd become sufficiently successful, the fiction of the gold was nothing but an inconvenience. So Father made up that absurd story about the witch and the black magic, and made the whole thing seem less believable. In other words, he revealed that the gold was complete fiction. If he says that he received the gold from a witch, no one would believe that it exists at all, right? He may even have said it. He may even have said it for all of your sakes. Nevertheless, some stupid offspring wanting to divide up this non-existent gold with the rest of the inheritance have appeared. Rosa, don't tell me that even you believe this kind of fabrication.
prove whether or not Father really has the gold. However, as one of Father's 4 children, I just want to claim my rightful share.
Oh? It seems even Rosa has learned to assert herself. All right, maybe this is what you all want to say. That I'm trying to keep all the gold to myself.
Soundwave.
Oh. Nissan. Nissan.
Nissan Altima.
Nissan, the fact that you have obtained a massive amount of funding, and if we rule the possibility that you've been embezzling Father's fucking, if we rule the possibility that you've been embezzling Father's personal funds, then there's only one possibility left, right?
Aniki, maybe you've already found the 10 tons of gold bars. It sure looks that way to us.
Ridiculous. Something like that never existed in the first place. Then explain yourself. Embezzlement of Father's assets? Father's hidden gold. How could you have gathered so much funding if you didn't use one of these? I also have friends in the political world and the financial world. I have done nothing more than gain their assistance. And as for that, I have no responsibility to explain it to you. You understand, don't you? There are some topics that can't be talked about.
If that's the story you insist on, then fine. But, Aniki, Dad doesn't have long. Nobody can ensure that he will live to see this day next year. When Dad dies, the inheritance will be passed on immediately. We will all set up impartial lawyers and accountants to inspect the state of Dad's finances.
If, at that time, the fact that our brother had unjustly interfered with Father's money comes to light, you understand, right? I don't have a clue what you're talking about. You're starting to make me feel as indignant as my wife was.
Father's gold is definitely one of Father's assets. I understand it's money you can't reveal openly. Even so, the 4 siblings should have an equal right to it. In short, we will also have your financial situation investigated to determine whether or not you are hoarding the gold.
You have a good opportunity right now. Prove the existence of this backup from your friends and acquaintances that you mentioned. That way, you'll be spotless. And we can sportingly apologize for foolishly doubting you, right, Rosa?
That's right. Kraus-Nissan, you're the one who's avoiding the topic. If you were guiltless, you could just prove that you were in the right, yet you aren't even trying to respond.
However, Aniki, we still have to consider your position here. As Dad's representative, you're probably bearing a larger share of the burden than we are. It wouldn't be fair to the rest of us, who've been living terribly relaxed lives until now, to complain without taking that into account.
Oh? I'm spoken ill of one moment and flattered the next. It is quite tiring. Please get to the point.
In short, randomly investigating nitpicky aspects of Father's wealth seems a pretty darn boorish way of doing things. As you said, Kraus-Nissan, you've probably got movements of money that are difficult to explain. We understand that, and that's why we've come to consult with you. A mutually beneficial consultation.
Consultation? Oh.
When the inheritance is distributed, you will be rewarded for your years of hard work taking care of Dad by an agreement that's generous in your favor.
Don't misunderstand us. It's not like we're saying we will abandon our rights. It's just that when we claim what we deserve, it wouldn't be bad if there was a generous understanding of your position. That's what we mean.
In other words, if you accept our conditions, at the time of the division of the inheritance, we won't mind leaving the investigation of Father's financial status to you, Kraus-Nissan. all of the siblings from Ava downward suspected that Kraus was trying to steal their father's wealth. In that situation, letting Kraus report on the state of their father's wealth by himself was an extremely contradictory and a huge concession. If, as they claimed, Kraus was actually embezzling money, Kraus would be able to hide that fact. Besides that, it would also be possible for him to control the distribution of the inheritance in a manner favorable to himself. Kraus, also realizing that this sounded too good to be true, couldn't help but feel doubt. He had to worry what they would ask in return for such a compromise.
Oh? After mistrusting me completely, you now say that you're willing to restore your confidence in me as the eldest sibling. And what are you asking for?
Just what we deserve as siblings. You aren't the kind of person who would just steal Dad's property. However, there's no patron financing you. Considering all that, there was certainly a certain explanation that would satisfy the rest of us.
Misan, you found the 10 tons of gold and used it as collateral to gather some funding. Yes, just like Father did in the past, right?
If that's the case, then there wouldn't be any funny business in Father's finances. You've always been a good son, looking after Father. Why would we mistrust a person like that?
You're being so roundabout, I can barely understand you. Say it more clearly and specifically.
Our first condition. Aniki, you must admit that you have found Dad's gold.
Are you asking me to admit that I possess gold that does not exist? Our second condition. Recognize our rights to a share of the gold and pay it to us. How foolish. With the non-existent 20 billion yen of gold, that would be 5 billion yen per person. And you're telling me to pay a total of 15 billion yen? Preposterous.
Keep listening till the end. We know that much money can't just appear out of nowhere. We're not asking you to make an impossible deal. Of course, regarding the portions of gold, we plan to reward you sufficiently for your hard work until now in our calculations.
Our third condition. The portion of gold to the one bearing the title of the successor of the Ushiromiya family will be 50%. The remainder will be split fairly between all the siblings. Of course, that includes you, Kraus-Nisan.
Of the 20 billion, 12.5 billion will go to Aniki. 2.5 billion will go to Eva-Nisan. 2.5 billion will go to me. And 2.5 will go to Rosa.
A distribution that makes me so grateful I could cry. So you're saying for the sake of the gold that doesn't exist, I must pay you 7.5 billion yen. What's wrong? Nisan, your share is 5 times the size of ours. That's such a good condition, I'd be jumping for joy.
Our fourth condition. The dividends will be paid out along with the distribution of the inheritance at the time of Dad's death. However, as a deposit, 10% of our portions will be paid to us promptly. The payment must be made before March of next year. What do you think, Kraus-Nisan? This is an ideal chance for you to restore the trust you need to run Father's assets, isn't it? Of course, it might be impossible for you to get a whole 7.5 billion before Father dies. However, you can't say you couldn't manage a deposit of 750 million, right? Paying 700 million in half a year might be slightly bothersome, but someone like you who has many friends in the political and business spheres should be able to manage it.
Normally, I'd hope to receive 7.5 billion right now, all at once. But out of concern for your position, if you'll just show your sincerity by delivering 10% for that time being, it's all right to let the remaining 90% carry over until the distribution of the inheritance. Right? Surely you can offer a mere 10% to show your sincerity. So the right to investigate the status of Father's assets is being sold to me for 750 million yen. Isn't that great? You all sure have grown. I never thought you all would become capable of offering a deal to me. Nisan, if you accept these, the rest of us siblings will leave the investigation of father's assets to you. However, the results of that investigation will be subject to appeal. It's only natural, right? We'd be sad if you adjusted our portions downwards by 7.5 billion.
As a general rule, we wouldn't complain. As long as you do it neatly, it's fine. As long as you don't do anything significantly obvious, we don't plan to aggravate anything. We want the inheritance quickly, as much as you do. We don't want it to get all drawn out and led astray.
In that case, in the case of an appeal, who would do the second investigation?
That can be you as well. This will be the first and last opportunity for us siblings to discuss this. I trust you not to let it come to that.
Rosa, you can really talk sometimes.
That Kraus was not trusted whatsoever as the oldest sibling was, by now, so obvious it required no explanation. The formerly tyrannical oldest brother would always abuse his privilege and infringe upon the other siblings' shares. In response to that, the other three, now adults, were for the first time striking back at him by working together. I'm sorry, but there are further conditions. Our fifth condition. This decision must take precedence over father's will. Later on, we don't want some will to appear and make this decision completely useless.
I see. I see that you're very cautious. Then let me ask, if that gold really were found, what would you do?
As long as you've settled this matter with the corresponding payment, then whether the gold really appears or not makes no difference to us. You can think of our share as an advance payment.
Gives you something to live for. You plan to turn this island into a resort, right? During construction, you might stumble upon the gold by chance.
Ava let out a high-pitched laugh. Kraus
I'm not doing
watched
that.
without even flinching. Coward.
My parents are home, man. They work tomorrow. Let me add a seventh condition before I accept. In the situation that any sibling other than myself finds the gold, they will immediately turn it over to me. Yes, of course. We'll guarantee you that.
Insignificant details. The others, who were forcing Kraus to pay money for some non-existent gold, would of course not ensure Kraus's portion if they actually found the gold. From the beginning, this deal had been nothing more than a threat directed at Kraus. While the truth might be different, the possibility that Kraus was embezzling his father's assets was extremely high. When at last Kinzo faced death, and it came time for the inheritance to be distributed, surely some unpleasant facts would come to light. The situation would likely be a fatal wound to Kraus. They had latched onto that weak point, and were threatening their brother under the veil of compromise, trying to wring out a huge sum of money. However, they had let one thing slip their minds. The three of them had forgotten that their oldest sibling, who they couldn't defeat unless they banded together, was a very nimble thinker when it came to being crafty. So how do you think he's going to approach this then?
Murder.
Outside of murder. Like, be creative for once.
He's a sleazeball businessman, so he's probably going to approach this by using their logic against them. He's going to do the investigation. He's going to make sure any signs of embezzlement isn't there. He's going to make it look like he actually got the money from his friends, his benefactors.
Okay.
'Cause that's what I would do.
Of course.
Yeah, it's just gonna say
That's all
classic
you've got
loophole.
from that entire scenario. That's everything
Well,
you've
I'm
got.
also-
Or I do want to hear if
So-
you got anything else.
in the off chance he did actually find the gold, he was just given the opportunity to be like, well, it doesn't exist. There's no gold. And then be able to use that gold without telling his siblings about it until it's too late, until he's dead or they're dead.
See, that was the whole point of the contract. Is like, whether or not it's there, he still has to send them money. That's the whole point of their agreement here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it could also be that, depending on the will, which there was a concession there, he doesn't pay it out. Or, and this is what I would actually do, I'd go after them with lawyers after the will came out. Be like, they, not embezzled. What's the word I'm looking for? Extorted money out of me before the will came out.
But they could also then countersue and show embezzlement, so that both of you lose.
That's true.
So it's not beneficial for either of you to sue each other. You haven't.
But it's also not beneficial to give the money away. That's so it comes to that stalemate.
I mean, there is he clearly has an opening. You just haven't seen it yet. Shall I continue, or do you want to guess one more time?
Continue.
Kraus relaxed, letting out a goating laugh as he spoke with Ava, who could not hide her smile, so certain she was of her victory.
It all sounds marvelous to me. I'd been feeling a deep pain in my heart at my estrangement from the rest of you. If by accepting these conditions I could make our sibling relationship friendly once again, I would be quite pleased. I will gladly take you up on your offer. Be happy, Rosa. We have a deal.
Rosa's expression dimmed. Whenever her brother started talking like this, the conversation would never change for the better. Ava was also sensitive enough to realize this. Therefore, even though Kraus had obediently accepted the deal, she was unable to wipe away her feelings of insecurity.
My, how obedient. That's not like you, Nissan. That's harsh. You think I have an ulterior... fuck. I ate that word. You think I have an ulterior motive? Of course I don't. I'm just like all of you.
I'm just like all of you. It felt as though only that part, was emphasized. Get it yet?
Oh, they're broke.
The color of Rudolph's face darkened. I have a plan, just like all of you. So they're not broke. Oh my
god, are they broke?
They could be broke, or he could also have, like, a counter offer that they just can't, like, handle. Like, like, they haven't seen the will. No one of them have seen the will. He could have changed it in his favor. Like, entirely.
Anyways. Yeah. I have a plan just like all of you.
That's what it sounded like to him. That gave him a sense of urgency. Trying to bring this near-finished discussion to a conclusion, he rushed to wrap it up. Then we are good. So, Aniki, would you mind signing here? This is a written contract containing the discussion we've been having. There is one for each person. Everyone will sign for the same contents. Rudolph took out 4 written contracts out of his breast pocket that had the details of their deal written on them. Of course, we will add the 7th condition you proposed straight away. Don't worry. Aniki, will you use a pen? Rudolph took a fountain pen out of his breast pocket and offered it to Kraus. Kraus made as if to accept it, but then, with a small laugh, drew back his hand without taking it and spoke.
Actually, in order to make this agreement... In order to make sure this agreement is definitely effective, I'd like to propose a single amendment.
When Kraus said that one sentence, all of the siblings felt the same, as though something annoying was creeping up their backs.
That won't do. We already decided, haven't we? Be quiet and sign it. Ava, why are you so impatient? Of course I will sign. I'll promise you all your share of the gold, 7.5 billion yen. I also promise that when father's inheritance is distributed, I will cleanly and neatly liquidate it. However, there is one point on which I must ask you to compromise.
What are you talking about? What point don't you like?
The part about promptly paying 10% of each portion, 750 million yen. As you pointed out, my financial situation is not prosperous. While I am guaranteed to definitely collect on various future investments, at this time, I have no choice but to admit that I am very poor. I knew it was broke.
Yeah.
In short, I have absolutely no money that I can move around right now. I am incompetent, and my business skills and senses are dull. An unfortunate such as me, to use your words, has no power to move 750 million in just half a year. That can't be true. Are you trying to deceive us with offhanded remarks? At the time of the division of inheritance, I will liquidate everything at once. Remove the condition that I must pay you 10% in advance. That's all you have to do to get me to sign.
Krausny-san. That 10% is nothing more than a number to measure your sincerity, isn't it? Strictly speaking, we shouldn't even be making a deal in the first place. We're doing you a big favor by offering to just let things slide for 10% in good faith money. We explained all that to you. Don't you think rejecting that part damages our trusted relationship a little? Hideyoshi had a humble expression on his face and had his hands clasped together. But his eyes were not calm at all. Kraus had already seen through the shadow in the depths of those eyes.
Huh. Why are you all so hurried? Are you fucking hell? Are you possibly afraid of something? Rosa, won't you at least tell me? Secretly, without telling the rest of the siblings.
It's not like I...
Quit it, Aniki. All we're asking is whether you're going to sign or not. Just forget about making any strange deals or anything suspicious.
Oh? So I have no margin for negotiation? Do you claim that my position is so weak that we are not in an even relationship?
Shivers began to crawl up Rudolph's back. Ever since he was a child, he had never been able to overcome the height of the wall that separated him from his older brother. And now, again, he began to feel himself getting sucked in by it, the long shadow it cast.
Shouldn't deals be made on an even footing? To me, this deal is something to restore the long-lost trust of my younger brother and sisters, to deepen the love between us siblings. It has been a cancer in my heart that I wish to resolve quickly. I'm very happy that I am able to resolve it today, but you too would be very happy to see this deal quickly concluded, wouldn't you?
Kraus stared at each of the siblings. They avoided his gaze with animal-like instinct. Only Hideyoshi was slow in avoiding it, so he was caught in Kraus's gaze.
Hideyoshi-Nisan, I hear that your company has been going extremely well recently, hasn't it? You didn't hit any problems getting it listed as a stock, and both its performance and stock prices are constantly growing. I'm truly jealous. My husband's situation surely has nothing to do with this. However, it is unfortunate that you have neglected your stockholders. It's also horrible that you were unable to solidify your base when it became a stock listed. Before you realized it, some bad-natured fellows had bought up a considerable amount of your company's stock, hadn't they?
How could you possibly know something like that?
the same way as you. If you can collect evidence proving that no one would offer a loan to me, then I can collect evidence on you. Is it really that strange of a thing?
Kraus grinned broadly. In contrast, Hideyoshi's face was turning obviously pale. Hideyoshi's company was a fast food chain operating company that he had started from nothing. Through Hideyoshi's management efforts, performance of the business repeatedly rose and magnified, and ultimately it succeeded in becoming a stock-listed company. The greatest advantage of being in the stockholding system is that, by selling stock certificates, a large amount of financing can be gained. That amount is far greater than the actual profits from the business. This made it an extremely effective way to gather the massive funds needed to grow his company even further. However, in exchange for financing the company, the stockholders have certain rights. Namely, the right to observe and guide the company that they had financed in order to raise the profits above their investment. That right is guaranteed to all stockholders, and they sometimes even use it to reorganize ineffectual management. It is the right to prevent the money they have spent financing the company from going to waste, by watching the management of the company. However, if they use this right forcibly, they can eject the former management and take over the company. Because the general body of all stockholders has the power to dismiss management and nominate new management, that's right, that right is exercised on a majority decision by the stockholders. And people who hold more stock get to cast more votes. In other words, if some person or group holds a majority of the stock, they can freely chase out the old management and make the president anyone they would like. If they want, it's even possible for them to make themselves president. Many companies, in order to prevent their stock from being bought up by malicious people and their position from being threatened, they take some kind of defensive measures, such as having their own employees or people close to them buy a lot of stock certificates in order to prevent a hostile group from securing the majority. However, since Hideyoshi's company had only recently become stock listed, they hadn't had the time to strengthen those defensive measures. No. Maybe Hideyoshi himself was so engrossed in the management of his company that he hadn't realized the dangers of being stock listed. It's hard to say whether he should be viewed as kind-hearted and a skilled manager immersed in management, or a foolish manager who had let his feet be swept out from under him. But, in any case, there are people out there who would not let him get away with that naivety unscathed. They rapidly bought up Hideyoshi's stock and instantly gained a significant amount of power. They then sent anonymous documents to the stockholders and began to capture the majority. The documents read, "The current management continues to make pointless investments and is ignoring the needs of the stockholders. Let us force the current management to retire, cut the current wasted investments, and let this company be born again as one that gives more back to the stockholders." It's very difficult to make the actual state of a company management known. They maliciously twisted the figures Hideyoshi had produced from a tiny amount of sleep and a constant concern for his company and made him lose the trust of his stockholders. The efforts had almost collected a majority of the stock in the company. At that point, even Hideyoshi noticed and started to buy back the stock. But the stockholders, who realized that the company was undergoing an acquisition maneuver, demanded a ridiculous price for the shares that Hideyoshi was trying to buy back. They continually tortured Hideyoshi, who had no leeway in the negotiation of the price. One of the certainties in capitalism is that the value will rise when both parties vie for the same thing.
Oh, the tragedy.
And one of the certainties of democracy is that the majority controls everything. So in the end, whoever manages to buy up the most stock wins. So whoever has the most money wins. If Hideyoshi could obtain a large sum of money at this critical time, he would be able to avoid losing all of which that he built up. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now. He couldn't wait for the division of Kinzo's inheritance, which may not happen for some time.
And you, Rudolph. You've been in a lot of trouble recently, haven't you? They say it's scary overseas, but it seems that's really true. American trials have settled quite emotionally. They won't give a generous judgment to a foreigner. Weren't you advised by a lawyer that making a settlement with the other party would be more economical in the end?
Oh, right. What is he talking about?
It's just some troubles at work. It's no big deal. It'll be settled with money. Kyrie quickly recognized what Rudolph's complicated expression meant. Her husband had gotten wrapped up in some kind of trouble without her knowledge and had been suffering alone.
That's right. In this world, anything can be settled with money. After all, it can even buy back the broken bonds between siblings. America is very fussy about the violation of rights, but with money, anything can be settled. Long live capitalism. I'm gonna redo that.
Okay.
Long live capitalism.
Capitalism, ho!
Although rumors abound that the settlement money may reach several $1 million.
Rudolph had been building a large amount of wealth within a certain type of niche market. However, a niche is a niche. It's definitely not a sunny job. An American corporate giant was trying to accuse Rudolph's company of violating their rights. For various reasons, it was thought that winning the trial was extremely unlikely, and Rudolph was being pressed to surrender outright. But even so, there was a way to resolve it with money. If he could only pay that money, though it might be painful, he could still pick himself back up. But if he didn't pay, he'd lose anything. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now.
Rosa, you're a good and noble little sister. You wouldn't even touch a dangerous money game. However, your soft-hearted nature was your ruin, wasn't it? I wouldn't think one should agree to become a co-signer so lightly.
That has nothing to do with you, Krasny-san.
Rosa uncharacteristically lay bare her emotions and yelled, because she had thought she had kept it a secret. As Kraus watched, he let slip a muffled laugh. There was nothing to fear, every one of them. More than anything else, wanted a lot of money right now. In other words, the situation had reversed. Because only Kraus, who they were threatening, had no urgent need for a large sum of money. Compared to that, the three who were threatening him wanted money quickly, no matter what the cost. So the longer Kraus postponed the deal, the greater the advantage to him. Kraus was very sly. He had known of their Achilles' heels from the beginning. Even so, he had not been certain. Therefore, he had hidden that until the very end, and, upon closely and completely examining the attitude, he had struck back.
If I could, I would love to raise some money for my darling brother and sisters in their time of need, but unfortunately, I have nothing on hand. If you have any sponsors in mind that can raise a whole 750 million yen, I suggest you try there first.
Wow. Kraus's elated words were horribly blunt. The other siblings could do nothing more than listen, grinding their teeth. If they could think of a sponsor that convenient, they wouldn't have kept up this charade. They had entered this huge battle specifically because they had exhausted all their other options.
If you're still set on relying on your older brother, I could use my influence to find you sponsors. Oh wait, you already said I have no influence. Well then, I can't do anything, can I?
Kraus's low, gloating laugh began to fill the parlor. The younger siblings who had, until now, been driving the oldest brother into a corner could do nothing more than grimace and grind their teeth. Ava.
Don't make me laugh. As if I would put myself in your debt. Don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh.
If we relied on you, how would you help us?
I told you, didn't I? All I can do is find other sponsors for you. Of course, I will do my utmost to negotiate so that you can borrow the interest as well.
Damn you. Taking advantage of us.
Baby, please calm down.
I am calm. I'm extremely cool. You bastard. Kyrie grabbed her husband's hand. But that action made him feel even more pitiful, so Rudolph shook it off. Kraus laughed as though seeing that had made him extremely happy.
If only we could find Father's hidden gold at a time like this. Then I could split it up into 2.5 billion yen portions for all of you right away. How sad, how sad, how very sad. How extremely, totally, truly, hopelessly sad. Tonight, let us drink together as brothers and sisters and discuss the whereabouts of Father's hidden gold. Solve the riddle of Beatrice's epitaph together, why don't we? With 4 friendly siblings all together, there's surely no puzzle that can't be solved.
Okay, I think it's after this.
I feel dirty.
I mean, he is a smarmy asshole.
Okay, I think this is the last scene before we end.
That was great, but I feel dirty.
How
Well
interesting.
acted.
And what were the conditions they attached?
Oh, certainly. Whether or not Kraus-sama actually discovered the gold, he would pay Eva-sama, Rudolph-sama, and Rosa-sama a total of 7.5 billion yen for their shares. However, 10% of that would be paid before March.
Kraus, you dunce. That he would have his feet swept out from under him by his younger siblings. Truly amusing. But it seems they couldn't seal the deal.
Yes. Kraus-sama exposed that Eva-sama and the younger siblings all had an urgent need to get money.
So if he's given something that simple, he can see through it then. He can't even manage incompetence. What are they doing now?
That conversation has been put on hold for the time being. Now, Beatrice-sama's epitaph is being discussed.
So, they are trying to solve the riddle and find out where my gold is hidden?
Yes.
Kinzo set down his glass and snorted. Will the miracle be fulfilled first? Or will those fools expose the gold first? What a sight to behold. If those fools solve my puzzle, at that time I will be completely defeated. They can suck my corpse down to the last fragment of bone. The magnitude of the fool's greed imbues my great magic with its miraculous potential. But if the fulfillment of the miracle comes first, if that comes first, Beatrice will be resurrected once again. That smile with which I have been chasing for half my life will be restored. Oh, Beatrice! The sacred night when the miracle is wagered will come, and the devil's game will begin. I will definitely win, and definitely remain alive. Okay, I'm gonna need a breath for this because I'm actually getting a bit lightheaded. You can have the life of others. I don't need wealth or honors or assets, or gold, or anything. I only want to see your smile one last time.
That was a real ass cough.
Yeah, exactly.
Kinzo choked, apparently in great pain. Kanon got closer and tried to pat his master's back, but Kinzo signaled that he didn't need to. Do you know why I went to the trouble of exposing the hidden location of the gold, so that everyone could see it?
No.
It is because magical power is determined by risk. The greater the number of people who try to discover Beatrice's gold, the greater the danger of that happening. Then assuming that the bet is successful despite those long odds, the magical power will bring about an even grander miracle. You know the words, magic is a game.
Yeah, it's a card game.
It is not true that the most superior person will become the victor. The winner becomes superior because he is granted magic. Do you understand? Just as the miracle of life is granted precisely because the victory against the divine odds of several 100 million to 1. Is this a little difficult for you to understand?
My apologies.
That is fine. It all comes down to this. The one that solves the mystery of Beatrice's epitaph, I will give all of which that I have built up. Wealth, honor, gold, and the succession of the Ushiromiya family epitaph. Everything that I have established. The right to tackle the riddle is not limited to my children. Even if it were you who succeeded in solving it, that would make you qualified to gain everything.
Yes. However, I couldn't possibly understand such a difficult riddle.
Of course, I made it difficult. But you must also challenge it. That will become the seed with which the miracle of my magic will be summoned. If everyone challenges it, and everyone fails, that will be that. However, if the miracles are gathered, and the magical power is born, it will happen then. Beatrice will revive! Therefore, you too must challenge it. All must challenge it. And in doing so, they must give strength to my magic. Do you understand?
Yes. I will try.
For a long while, Kinzo repeatedly muttered to himself, agitated and grabbing onto his head. Kanon stayed where he was, alert and unmoving, until he was given the next order from his master. Kinzo finally realized this. That is all. You may leave now. There was a bag of sweets on the liquor cabinet. You can take some with you as a reward.
I'm fine. After all, I am furniture.
So furniture doesn't eat sweets. Indeed. In that case, leave me.
As you ask. Please, excuse me.
So, Case, yesterday you were speculating as to why some of the servants have the one-winged eagle, as we know it's now called, on them.
Yeah.
I think those are the servants that will be participating.
Oh, okay. That's your speculation.
Yeah.
This entire ritual does not require you to be part of the family in order to, participate.
Yes, it's basically.
Oh, there's an ad break going on. What?
What? Oh shit!
What?
What?
That must have just started.
That just started.
Yeah, because it's
What?
not popping up right now.
We'll continue
well,
this in a
I
minute then.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab a drink.
And we'll try our best to entertain the guests.
Not that they can hear us.
Oh. Wait, really? Because I see
Yeah,
your
during the
portrait
ad break.
lighting up on-
Oh well. The portrait. Oh, the ad break started for me, as well. Like at the same time as Case.
No, I'm not seeing it pop up unless I
Huh.
refresh the stream. Maybe, or I'll just wait patiently.
No, but seriously. I mean, I'm glad that it went from like Kraus to Kinzo, because there's no way I was going to be able to continue like speaking at length for a little bit.
Yeah,
We're
especially
glad
with
that
you.
We should be
taking
almost
over
at the
Eva
end.
from me.
We should be almost at the end of this scene. I remember now. This is where the epitaph is shown. I want us to get to that. I think the scene chapter ends after that, and then we move on. So we can end after that, and we can talk the epitaph, then and leave that for discussion and stewing over for a week.
Right.
All right.
And I've only solved this. I've only completed this episode, so I haven't like this episode and a little bit into episode 2, so I haven't seen how the epitaph is solved yet, so I have no clue where it's going either. I have speculation on like who I think like narratively will solve it, but like that's separate from like what the actual riddle is.
Yeah, but I don't think Kumasawa or Goda are going to actually be able to participate in.
Okay, the ad
looking for
break's
this
back.
gold.
The ad break's done. So
It just ended for me too.
yeah. So you think that that they have to have the eagle to participate, but
I think it's a like clever way to show us as the readers, the viewers, these are the people who are going to participate in this ritual, the finding of the gold. I mean, Kanon was just directly told to do that. I'm sure Genji's been told to do it as well.
we know Shannon's got it on her leg through that weird like Nero slit in her skirt.
Yep. And all of the family members have it, except for
Kirie and
spouses.
Natsuhi, yeah, and Hideyoshi. So you think they won't participate then?
I think they will participate as, part of the sibling group, but they won't be like the full participants.
Okay.
They won't be the important participants, basically.
Okay. That's interesting speculation. So you think it's just entirely visual and that's it? Okay.
I think that's a visual way to tell us these are the people who are going to be the important characters. These are the important people who are looking for this gold. Here's the other important characters because they are in it. They're shown.
Okay. Also, has the audio broken? It's been a bit.
No.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, if it has, I didn't notice.
Okay,
Yeah,
because this is the
it happened a
longest
couple
stretch.
times, but I
Oh.
didn't comment.
Okay. Kanan bowed and left the study. As the door was closed, a heavy locking noise resounded. So he's now locked in his room for now.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, he was always locked in his room for now, but now we know for sure he's alone in there as it's locked. But that was not the sound of Ken unlocking the door. It was the sound of the door locking automatically. No one could enter without Kinzo's permission, and once they left, they could not enter again. It was a mechanism that Kinzo, unable to trust his blood relatives, had created to lock himself up in his own study and isolate himself from the outside world. The only ones he could trust now were not the sons who'd shared his blood, but the servants who called themselves furniture. Oh god, Malik's squat redeem shit. Ugh.
I'm already standing. Son of a bitch.
Already standing, work that throat.
Dr. Nanjo, is something the matter?
How's it going, Malix? Yeah.
Oh, Genji-san. It's just that I had no place in there anymore.
With a bitter laugh, Nanjo turned to face the door to the parlor. It seemed that because of that motion, Genji understood what Nanjo wanted to say. For the most part, Genji also understood the family situation. It must have made him want to frown, knowing that right now, in the parlor, the master he served was being discussed so disrespectfully. But it would have been difficult to gather that from his indifferent expression.
Still, it isn't clear to me. Why did Kinzo-san have something so provocative written, I wonder?
Nanjo looked at the portrait of Beatrice. No, he actually directed his gaze beneath the portrait at the plate with the epitaph.
I fail to see the master's thoughts. I sense they run very deep. For as long as I can remember, whenever Kinzo played chess, he would always make moves based on some far-sighted reading of the board. Yes, sometimes even the moves were incomprehensible. For an average person like me, it was impossible to see through to whatever he was planning. I personally suspect this may be some kind of will from the master. He most likely intends to entrust his assets and the family headship to whoever manages to comprehend it. Hoping the danger of some outsider like myself solving it would force the four siblings to work together to solve the riddle. You could be something like that then.
Excuse me.
Kinzo-san may rudely disparage his children, but he might also be hoping that the siblings repair their relationship. This is what we call narrative irony, or something like that.
If there are 3 types of irony. I don't think that. I don't think
It's similar to what I was talking about.
dramatic,
but yeah.
situational, and verbal, not. Yeah.
I believe this is dramatic irony. The audience knows what's happening. The audience knows what's up. The characters don't.
Mhm.
We know that he's just fucking crazy.
Mhm.
Anyways,
If, as Nanjo said, this epitaph had been written to repair the relationship between the siblings, how heartwarming that would be. However, Nanjo and Genji both knew this was the one thing that could never happen. Here were the two who held the longest relationship with Kinzo, more trusted than his blood relatives, and even they could not guess at Kinzo's true motive.
the master's always saying the right to challenge the riddle is granted to everyone, whether they are a member of the family or not. How about you, Dr. Nanjo? No, it's too hard to understand for this senile old man. Actually, I wrote this epitaph down in my notebook at one point in time. Night after night, I would try to solve it before going to sleep, but it truly is hard. I believe it shall continue providing me enjoyment for the rest of my days. What about you, Genji-san? I am nothing more than furniture that serves the master. Gold and assets are useless to me. Why, you are truly a humble person. That's probably why Kinzo-san trusts you so much. If so, I'm honored.
As Nanjo laughed lightly in response, he once again took a look at the epitaph. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved home of old. You who
me.
seek the Golden Land.
It's
right.
me.
Fuck. Sorry, I got into it.
Behold the Sweetfish River running through the beloved home of old. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key.
That which was written on the... This is why I got it confused. They're like, it's repeated back to back. That which is written on the epitaph of the portrait of my beloved witch Beatrice is as follows. Behold, the Sweetfish River running through my beloved home of old. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. As you travel down it, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two speak of. There, the key to the Golden Land sleeps. You who laid hand upon the key must journey as follows to the Golden Land. On the first twilight, sacrifice the 6 chosen by the key. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the fifth twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill. On the ninth twilight, the witch revives, and none shall be left alive. On the 10th twilight, the journey ends, and you shall reach the home of the gold. The witch shall praise the rise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all of the Golden Land's gold. One resurrects all the dead people's souls. One even revives all the love they possessed, and one for the witch to eternally rest. Rest in peace, my beloved witch Beatrice.
All right.
Scene
so
end. I can.
ignoring
They've got a thing to pull up. I can show you the full thing in a minute once this is done.
ignoring the fact that that's definitely like just prose. That's a lot of just like, well, a lot of people are going to die before we get to this point. So on the
I'm just saving so we can.
yeah, should we stop there?
Yeah.
No, if you want to discuss it, I think it's here we go, the full thing.
I'm gonna sit down now.
Okay. So this is the main thing for the entire game.
All right.
So, yeah. Sweetfish River, home of old, seek the land, follow the key.
So Sweetfish River.
What is
mackerel. Actually,
Sweetfish River is what? Mackerel is sweetfish?
I mean, if we read into what happened previously at lunch, mackerel was described as, well, sour, but it was talked in the same context as being sweet. Also, well, I guess mackerel isn't really. No, is
Okay,
mackerel...
sweetfish is a specific kind of fish in East Asia.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ayu.
Yeah.
It's that kind.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's...
You
Yeah. Okay.
you seek the golden land, follow its path down the street. So they need to find a river that has fish in it, and then they need to follow it to
A village.
downstream to find a key, to find a village. We can assume the golden land is just the gold and just kind of discount that part.
Yeah. So let's just finally say, like, that's the X marks the spot. Golden Land is the X.
As you travel down, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two speak of. So, either it's going to be a shore that has two statues, or they're going to find something along the way that there is a store from like a village, or like there's something in this village that there's two things in this village that speak of like a beach or something.
They're the key to the Golden Land sleeps. And then people are
This
gonna
is
die.
Yeah, this is very much clearly like parsing out people are gonna die.
So hold on.
On the first twilight, sacrifice the 6 chosen by the key.
So that's 6 dead.
So, yeah. The second twilight, those who remain shall tear about the 2 who are close.
8 dead.
So,
Yeah.
2 people who are going to get close to solving it are going to get ganked.
Well, it's either close to solving it or because this is very vague. This is very vaguely written out. Close could also mean like romantically close, or like they are like bonded together in the moment and they became close together like relationship wise. Or someone who is like physically close to the treasure even if they don't realize it. There's like there's so many ways we can read into that so far. But that's either way, that is 8 people dead in 2 days.
On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. Either they're going to praise Kinzo, or they're going to praise Beatrice.
So that's when the cults start, probably. People are going to start believing into the witch stuff instead of it just being a strange old man's hobby.
So 6, 8. How many people are in this game?
So that's there is 18.
18. So 8 dead.
8.
So gouge
Got to the head and
so-
kill. That's
so
9.
9.
Chest and kill
Gouge
is
the chest,
10,
10. Stomach
Gouge
11. Gouge the
leg.
12. So that's 13 people dead. But
The
also,
witch revives, and none shall be left alive.
so there's
See, this could also be completely like metaphorical.
that's also the
if it has-
possibility here. 'Cause-
Like I said, there might be statues. It might actually be the portrait itself.
But yeah, but like either way, like if we're going off of actual people dying, that's saying 5 people are going to be left alive. That's it.
Yep. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures.
So you can either get gold, somehow like bring everyone's back to life with necromancy, revive love they possessed, and then one to like put Beatrice in the dirt. See why this is like so much to wrap your head around? Because this is also like, just a reminder, this is also originally in Japanese, so we're missing a lot too, possibly.
Yeah, possible double meaning of certain kanji.
Yeah, we could have double meanings or wordplay or some like Nisio-Isan bullshit going on.
Yeah.
But
it also doesn't help that I feel like this translation is taking things a little literally, like word for word and all that.
I've checked a few other translations. This is pretty much what everything says.
Oh, okay. I just figured I might as well count for that possibility.
So we're gonna assume that when they find the place, 9 days, most everyone is going to die.
But they're only on the island for 2 days, that's the thing. Today and tomorrow, so how would this stretch out for that long?
There's a monsoon coming.
Monsoon, typhoon, whatever. Okay.
Yeah, there's a storm coming.
Yeah. It's not exactly something they can muscle through or buy through if they did have any funds.
Mm-hmm.
Also, so that village that's talked about at the very beginning of the puzzle.
Yeah, running through my beloved home. Yeah, and then
There's only a couple of houses on this island.
Okay, that's actually something I was thinking of pointing out. My beloved home of old. They didn't start on this island. Kinzo wrote this.
That's true. So they have to go to a different island.
Or
they have to go to an entirely different part of the archipelago.
Yeah, so, no. Remember what they said. The Ushiromiya family started in Odawara.
Odawara?
Which is like some bit of South Tokyo. So, like, in the big metropolitan area, like near Mount Fuji. That's the first thing you think of, but it also said Kinzo was a branch family member, so he wasn't necessarily from there. In which case, who the fuck knows where he's from? So, we're given the mystery, but we don't have everything we need to understand it.
Yeah.
It's such a good, it's so good, though.
I'm trying to look up Sweetfish River without actually spoiling myself, and all of it's, just Reddit things. I'm like, I don't want to look at this. I want to see if there's actual, a river that's just basically Ayugawa. Ayugawa? No. Ayugawa.
Sweetfish is a river. It swims upriver. It's East Asia.
I found it.
Oh. Did you spoil it? The what?
Oh, I just looked up Ayugawa. Because that's, I believe, the actual Japanese word that would be used for Sweetfish River.
So
it's the Sagami River, or the Sagamigawa River in the Kanagawa and Yamanashi prefectures on the island of Honshu, Japan.
Okay. So
possibly.
Okay, so
possibly.
Under that logic, let's pull up a map and try to look at that then. Hold on.
The river overall has sometimes been referred to as the Ayu River, Ayugawa, from the sweetfish which were once abundant in its waters.
Is it AU or is it supposed to be AO?
Sagami River in
Ayugawa.
Yeah, okay, so Sagami River in Kanagawa?
Yeah.
hold on 1 sec.
The
Let me-
Sagami River drains into.
Yeah, let me switch
lake.
over to desktop view so we can look at a map.
All right.
Change to
Today's the. This is the analysis portion.
yeah. Let's Okay, so this is what we've got on the map so far. This is the Sagami River, and if we hold on, let me quickly check. Odawara is over here.
All right.
So Odawara is like right here, and Sagami is right there.
So,
So-
I'm just going to continue reading almost word for word the wiki for the river.
Okay, I was
The
about to say,
Sagami
if you're
River-
reading the Umineko wiki, don't.
The Sagami River drains Lake Yamanaka, the largest and easternmost of the Fuji 5 lakes in the Yamanashi Prefecture. It loops northwest the northeastern Yamanashi before following a generally southerly course to exit into Sagami Bay of the Pacific Ocean, which the cities of Hiratsuka and Chigasaki. Between the cities of Hiratsuka and Chigasaki, it is dammed at several locations along the way, forming a number of reservoir lakes, the largest of which are Lake Sagami and Lake Sukui.
Okay.
The river had to recut its course several times due to repeated eruptions from Mount Fuji, and river terraces are in evidence along its upper reaches in Yamanashi. As the river crosses Kanagawa, it forms natural levees in the soft soils of the alluvial plains of central Kanagawa's Sagamino Plateau and forms almost no river delta as it exits into the ocean. And then the rest of it's just about hydroelectric plants and how
So-
funding. Yeah, the rest of it's just about like electricity.
Okay, follow downstream. Let's start with like finding the. Let's just we start down here at the brick meets the ocean, and then move up to try to see like.
God, I really do have to refresh the stream because it was frozen for me on my end.
Oh, so we've got that, and we know that it leads up this way at least.
Yeah, there's actually a point where
Lake Sagami. There we go. That you said it drains from there. So
the upper reaches of the Yamanashi Prefecture are also sometimes known as Tatsu River, and portions around as the Boggy River.
okay.
So here the mouth is called different things.
Okay, so let's just assume from like the Lake Sagami, and then we move to the ocean. So we've
Yeah.
got that. Then we need to find a village, the shore the two speak of. That is,
So
And
uh,
I was gonna say, do keep in mind that we're supposed to be considering
It's
what
Jap-
the area was probably like in the
yeah.
80s.
yeah, in '86.
Uh,
There are cities there, but it could be cities in the way like Anaheim's a city, where it's more just a suburb instead of a city.
mm,
Or it's a town that's just called a city. Like there's so many fucking towns in the middle of the United States.
It was more referring to villages that grow into or eventually get called cities.
Yeah, although they still have like a population of like 500.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Let's see, Hiratsuka and Chigasaki.
oh, that. Well, let me quickly check kanji because it would be. The thing is, says in that village, look for the shore the two speak of. So that's. That means you would have to see like. Probably the kanji for mouth then somewhere, and
Yeah.
whatever shore is.
Yeah.
What's the kanji for shore? Hold on. Actually, what am I doing?
See, there's also a chance this is just totally the wrong river.
Possibly, but we need to work that out from scratch. Then what are we working off of? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, What is it? What's the kanji used in the game for Sweetfish River?
Let me pull it up then from the from the bits of the wiki I can spare without us spoiling ourselves. So, this is probably the Sweetfish River then. So, hold on. If that's that visible?
Yeah.
Okay. Something no Kawa. So. Lots to think about here. And we could also be completely wrong and like be misreading everything as more metaphorical, where it's not a literal river then.
It could also be something located on the island or in the house.
Okay, I would think that, but because it says my beloved home of old, I really don't think it's gonna start out on the island then.
It could also be something like on a map that's like somewhere.
Yeah, that's the thing. Or like we could just be entirely in the wrong island. Like, and it could be in a different part of.
Well, so Rokkenjima might be a real island. And
It's not. It's not. It's supposed to be in like this archipelago thing here.
It's like one of those smaller islands, like off of Hawaii.
Yeah. It's not real, but like, yeah, because like Mikurajima is like a similar naming scheme. So
yeah,
and since like they took the boat from Odawara down to it, so.
So Kanagawa is close. That's the thing. Like,
yeah,
that's the big thing.
That's what's immediately available and what we can assume then. Because what river is there? Any rivers that go through Odawara just to cover our bases? Yeah, this one right here.
What's that river?
Sakawa River.
Sakawa. S-K-A?
Sakawa.
S-A-K-A. River. Wikipedia. There is like actually nothing on this river. It's just a river that exists. Although, it's also called the Ayuzawa River.
Hold on, I'm going to go start futzing around with kanji, ripping stuff from the Japanese version.
Yeah, I mean, but this is another river that's literally called Ayuzawa.
Oh, where? Oh, the one in Odawara?
Yeah, the Sakawa River. Mouth, Sagami Bay.
Okay, so if it starts up here, then we can assume, like, yeah.
Yep.
Something with shore and mouth in it.
Yeah, there's an ukiyo-e painting by a guy named Hiroshige that has it. But there's otherwise, like, actually nothing on the Wikipedia about it. It's just, this is a river, here's an ukiyo-e thing.
At the village, you see a village, and the village look for the shore the two speak of.
We could sit here all day. There's probably hundreds, if not thousands, of towns and villages along this river.
Okay, it looks like this is where the river ends, so... God. I want to, like, at least see if we can find, like, do a quick last run through before just calling it for the stream and sending it off on a raid.
Wasn't there something about the mouth of the river?
As you travel down the river, you will see the village. In that village, look for the shore the two speak of. The two speak of, I'm thinking, is like... When I'm looking at the Japanese, that's where, like, the kanji for mouth is popping up and getting me a bit confused. Because, like, that's right there. Sono, at this village there, the two mouths speak of shore, explorer, something, whatever.
The mouth is Sagami Bay.
Yeah. But it says, like, at the village, look for the shore, so there's probably something else there.
Yeah.
Didi, what are you doing?
Or it could be entirely wrong, and this is, like, I don't know, fucking Hokkaido. Or China. Somewhere that also uses the Chinese characters or something for wordplay.
Yeah.
But let's.
I don't think Kinzo's from China.
True. His family is from Otawara, so we couldn't know. So, who's to say? Like, I'm just trying to think of everything at this point, because we don't have any leads. All we've got is, hey, yeah, this shit.
Yeah.
Like, 13 people are gonna die. And then also everyone's gonna die when the witch is back, so...
Yep.
Let's find someone to raid. I think that's enough for today. It's 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Who is live? That is not a lot of people. Do you all know anyone who's live? I see anyone who's live?
I can check.
Only one other person's playing Umineko, and they're playing the answer arc, so we don't want to see what's going on there. That's literally like the second half of the VN.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want to spoil ourselves with that. You guys don't have anyone?
Nope.
Man, there's this guy named It's Case-kun.
Nah, he's a nerd.
Kumotsune SV is somebody I follow, but I don't remember following them. But they got 12 people.
How do you spell that?
KUMOTSUNE.
This person?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Why not? We got no one else to say, so let's send ourselves to Kumotsune, say hi, and then I think I need to go to bed. But you've all got this right now. Promise you won't look up the answer, because I really don't want to get spoiled like that. I really want to try to figure this out ourselves.
Kraus sweep?
Kraus sweep. Do you really think that was a sweep?
I mean, he effortlessly turned something that was like negatively in his favor to something that was positively in his favor. Kraus sweep.
Fine. Kraus sweep raid. Alright, but thank you all for stopping by. We will probably be back Saturday. We're going to be back Saturday. That's just when we're doing it again. I don't know my schedule beyond Saturday I have off. And unless that changes, that's... Wait. No. I don't have Saturday off. I'm watching a concert on Saturday.
Oh no.
Oops.
Maybe Friday? Maybe Friday night then? Friday
We'll
night.
see.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Let's say maybe Friday night and maybe next Sunday. Because I don't have Saturday, so I'll try to make it up with that. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I will see you all then. Oh, I hit red
Hi.
just now by accident. Oh well.
Oops.
Well, we're gone, but